Hello. Am I here yet? Am I live? Yeah, I know. Wow. Early Wick stream. Way early. 4 o'clock? Not even 4 o'clock? What's going on? Something must have happened. Something did. And we're gonna talk about it because it's something that kind of ties in to a lot of things I've been talking about, and I think it illustrates something, or it's illustrative of the dangers of certain types of thinking, certain ways of doing things, all of that. And we need to kind of really oh, hold on. Is this better? Are we up again? I think we're here. Yeah, we just got to talk about it, okay? Honkler says you're not live. Yes, I am. I promise I'm live. Silver in hand. Nice to see you. Welcome to the show. Oh man, oh man. So running joke, nice to see you as well. So, allegedly, reportedly, Nick Fuentes was attacked at his home. There's some video, right, that we're gonna look at. According to him, and this is according to him, the police told him that this individual who showed up armed, that this individual had killed 3 others before coming to his house. And that as he was fleeing from the police, he shot and killed 2 dogs from his neighbors. And I wanted to discuss this incident for a few reasons. I think it shows the dangers, right, of doxing and things like that. I think it shows the dangers of how we interact in these spaces. I also think it shows the harm that can come on to people we do not intend the harm to come to when we do these things, right? His neighbors aren't Nick Fuentes. His neighbors' dogs got killed. And it could have been a whole lot worse. It could have been a whole lot worse. And we are putting more people than we intend to, or you are, I should say. When you dox someone, you are putting more people than you intend to at risk. When you threaten someone, when you engage in these types of activities, you're putting more than just your target at risk. And I think we need to have a discussion about unintended consequences as well. Had this individual been successful, the question becomes, what then? What happens? Say this person had killed Nick Fuentes, as apparently he intended to do. Okay. What do you think happens after that? Right? What occurs? Does everything Nick Fuentes believes in go away? Does all the gross shit that he says just stop? It does not. He becomes a martyr. It makes him more powerful in a large way. Yeah, sure, he'll be dead. But we don't want to just stop Nick Fuentes. We want to stop his belief system. I worry that people don't take long-term consequences into account when they make these kinds of decisions. Again, aside from the morality of it, which is disgusting, right? The idea that someone says a bunch of shit that you don't like, so you're going to kill them, that's disgusting. But leaving that aside for the moment, we'll get back to it. The idea, right, that your movement or will be helped by engaging in this kind of thing, it's the opposite of true. It's not going to happen. You are going to be rightly decried and seen. First of all, you're going to jail. That will happen. Second of all, your movement has now taken a huge hit. You're seen as the movement of violence. You're seen as a movement who's willing to murder others to get your way. And I promise you that, at least in America, people don't like that. They won't vote for you. You won't get power. Everything you claim to want and advocate for will be worse off because of your actions here. Let's look and see what he has to say, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, let's read his tweet. Let's go through it. Let's talk about it. Nice to see you, conservative liberalism. Nice to see you, Parallax. Nice to see you, Latin Ear Goat, Kinetic Pause. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Dylan Bowser, Honkler. I think I said hello to Honkler already, but I'll say hello again. We do have a normal panel at 6 today, right? But I really wanted to go through this, and I wanted to talk about this. This is kind of like breaking news in a way, and I think it's important to discuss it. Katarustoni says, "Yo, Wick, would you be down to have a 10 to 12 hour debate on vaccines?" 10 to 12 hours? I don't look. I'm down for a debate on vaccines, but 10 to 12 hours is a lot, dude. That's a bit too long for my taste. But DM me, we'll talk about it. Yeah, 10 to 12 hours. Just I don't know, man. Let's look at these tweets, okay? This is from Nick Fuentes. He posted this about an hour ago, maybe 2 hours ago. He says this: "Last night, an armed killer made an attempt on my life at my home, which was recently doxed on this platform. The gunman carried a pistol, a crossbow, and incendiary devices. I believe he intended to kill me. He is now dead. I am okay." According to the police, the would-be assassin committed a triple homicide in southern Illinois earlier yesterday before he arrived at my doorstep with his pistol drawn, calling my name. I'm grateful to God that I'm still alive today. Tragically, the gunman broke into a neighbor's home to evade police and killed 2 of their dogs. While heartbreaking, it could have been so unimaginably worse. God have mercy. Doxing is not a game. This nihilistic lynch mob behavior must end before anyone else is killed. I will now have to uproot my life and relocate. While I can handle whatever comes to my front door, it is irresponsible to expect my neighbors with young families to share that burden. In the meantime, I will have to contract 24-hour security to protect myself and my property. And then he gives like a place you can do that. Here are video of the incidents. This is a guy, I guess, with his motorcycle helmet. He looks armed to me. He's ringing the doorbell, calling him out. There's no sound, at least that I can see, right? Now, people are laughing at the crossbow, but crossbows will kill you, right? We understand that this is a deadly weapon. And that looks like a little, I don't know what, yeah, that, I don't know, maybe a crossbow. It's hard to tell. But, yeah, this is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. I don't care. I don't care who it is. I don't care how bad you think that the person that you're doing this against is. This is unacceptable behavior. I do put some blame on the people who were championing Luigi, right? The normalization that happens when you do that kind of thing. For people thinking, oh, I'm going to be a hero. I'm going to kill the bad guys, and people are going to praise me. There does, again, have to be a reckoning on that kind of celebratory to vigilantism and murder. Come back to Europe, Beard Man. Look, I enjoyed my life in England. I did. When I lived in England, it was fun. But USA, USA, USA. I'm not the type to flee when it gets hard. I'm not going to. A lot of people, when Twitter reportedly got more right wing, a lot of people quit, right? They didn't want to see all the right wing content. They didn't want to engage in a right wing platform. But the problem with that is you cede the territory, right? You cede territory. And if everyone who isn't right wing leaves Twitter, then yes, it will only be a right wing. And again, I think the government, the recent spending bill stuff, I don't know if you guys followed that. I think it shows how impactful Twitter can be on legislation. So no, I'm not going to flee, right? And yes, this kind of behavior does make us worse as a country. It absolutely does. And we got what again? Can someone explain to me? Someone translate for me. Someone translate for me the thought process, right? That people have when they dox others, right? So we all laughed, right? Or a lot of us laughed when you had that lady come to Nick Fuentes' home. You guys remember that incident where she came to the home, she rang the doorbell, and he opened up the door and he sprayed mace in her face, okay? We all thought, man, that was over the top, over the line, right? He's just some lady coming to his door. Yeah, she probably shouldn't have been there. She shouldn't have been coming to his door like that, right? But he didn't know that. But then I see incidents like this, and I'm like, well, I mean, he is under threat. Like, the threat is real. The threat is absolutely out there. And it's not him overreacting if he's dealing with this kind of thing all the time. And you know what? Look, as you guys know, I'm not a fan of Nick Fuentes. I think he's a bad dude. I think he gives out, he lies, he distorts the truth, he preaches hate. He is not someone I ever want to be associated with or ever want to, I would never say this guy's a good guy, right? I oppose what he stands for. I oppose, what he wants, right? He's a Christian nationalist. He's close enough to a Nazi to call him a Nazi. He's an anti-Semite. He's a bad dude. Bad dude across the board. This killer helped Nick Fuentes. Helped his cause. He made his cause more sympathetic. So, again, setting the morality aside, from a strictly strategic perspective, this was the stupidest move anyone could have done. Yes, this was super stupid, Coyote. And again, even from a non-strategic perspective, it's just wrong. We don't kill people who say things we don't like. That's not how America works. That's not how this country works. If someone is threatening you, right? If they have a gun or if they're doing violence, by all means, stop that violence. Absolutely. But if their violence is saying things you don't like, fuck off with that nonsense, okay? We don't do that. We don't. Words with words, fists with fists. That's how this should work. And anyone telling you otherwise is lying to you, right? Or, right? They are psychopathic. I'm struggling for words here. Like, the idea that if someone says something you don't like, you can kill them or hurt them or beat them until they stop is fundamentally immoral. It's fundamentally illiberal. It's fundamentally authoritarian. It's something that we want to get away from entirely. And I don't care if this happens on the left, right, or center. I don't care. If you are deciding that you're going to use physical force to stop someone from saying stuff, then you, friend, are an authoritarian. You just are. We need to stop. I do not know who did this yet, to be clear. I'm not sure if it's someone on the left wing or the right wing. None of this, right? Like, so and again, anyone trying to ascertain like political motives of this guy, I don't know what to tell you, right? Stop doing that. We don't know. We don't have the information yet. And if you think a right-wing person wouldn't do something like this, you're silly. They obviously would. A lot of the right wing hates Nick Fuentes and the Groypers. They do. Have you guys seen anyone supporting this guy yet? Let Near Goat says it's not about the motives of the guy, it's about the people who support it. I haven't, and maybe again, this is fairly new, so fair enough if I just haven't seen it. But is there anyone cheering this on? Right, when the Trump assassination attempt happened, it was obvious. My feed was full of it. People saying, "Oh man, I'm sorry he missed," blah blah blah, right? I haven't seen that with this yet. But I could be wrong. Consistent Mike says, "Hello, I am Mike." Fair enough. Hello, Mike, I am Wick. Welcome to the show. Is there any chance you box Destiny? Gang, you know what? Give me enough money, give Destiny enough money, and we can make it happen. Why would you want to see me box Destiny? We're in a weight class, by the way, right? We're a similar size. I don't know. I haven't boxed in fucking years, man. I haven't done any fighting since my teenage, early 20s. Okay? None of that. So, I'm not a violent guy, not a physical guy. Some of your two favorite content creators. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Why do you want to see us fight or box? You know what? That's a silly question. I know why I'd want to see people box that I liked. I think it'd be fun. As long as it's in good fun, right? Let me ask you this, kings and queens, okay? Because I'm not sure myself, and I'm curious. I want to get your opinions on it. Right? I want to get your opinions on it. Do we think that some of the reaction to the CEO shooting might have normalized this for the shooter, might have pushed the shooter over the edge to say, okay, well, a certain portion of people are cheering this on. Maybe I'll be hailed as a hero. Or do we think that I'm just making connections that don't exist? I'm not sure. I'm asking you, like, legitimately. I'm curious. Portland says, what? LMAO, no. Well, it's not too big of a stretch, is it? you have a large portion of social media, right? Not a majority, but a large portion, making a martyr out of someone who killed someone that people consider a bad dude. Okay. Someone sees this, someone sees reaction to it and was like, oh, maybe I'll be hailed as a hero too. This happens, right? You have copycats. So I don't think it's out of pocket to suggest that maybe this influenced the other. But I don't know. This is just supposition. I'm guessing, right? I don't know. Portland is Burning says, I think it's a pretty big stretch, LOL, but it's not completely outside the realm of possibility. Rizius says, this is the same level of Brianna Wu blaming Dem losing because of trans. I don't think these are connected, right? Like to blaming Dems for losing or anything. I don't know. I think that like violence inspires violence. And people's reactions, positive reactions, violence encourages more violence. When it becomes more socially acceptable to engage in violent acts, more violent acts occur. Nair Sock says, I don't think you would find anyone who would be sad if Fuentes died. That would be a universal high five from the left and right. Which is one of the reasons I think that this guy decided, hey, I can engage in this kind of thing. Luminez says, you think Nick fan is also a Luigi fan? First of all, I don't think this guy was a Nick fan that engaged in this violence. He's dead now. We won't know. But I'm pretty sure that the man who came to his house wasn't a fan. I'm going out on a limb here, okay? Making a little bit of an assumption. But my confidence levels in this assumption are fairly high. Dylan Bowser says, I think Wick having that goofball that just screamed fascist for 15 minutes straight led to this. Maybe. Soyo Williams says, hey there. Hope you are doing well. As an avid, open, and sort of proud hater of Nick Fuentes for his close to being hateful way of thinking and viewing certain races of people, this kind of things that has been happening to him lately made me realize even though I dislike him so much, I don't want him to be hurt for his views. Although understandable, the frustrations and anger for Nick for the recently deleted CEO violence only hurts the cause you were trying to fight for. Yes. Again, did you guys know? Okay, here's a fun fact. I'm not sure if you guys are aware. Me and Nick Fuentes have spoken before. He threatened to pipe bomb my house. There's a clip of it somewhere around on the internet. I was on a Stardust show, and Nick Fuentes jumped on, and we talked for a few minutes, and he threatened to pipe bomb my house. So, no love lost between me and Nick Fuentes. I'm not a Fuentes fan, to put it mildly. That said, unacceptable behavior. So I guess what else did I wanted to ask people? There was another question, another thread before I read that statement that I wanted to kind of pull on a little bit with you guys. And that is one of the concept of martyrdom, right? Awesome as Coyote says, I could see in Nick's mind getting someone to act like they want to kill him to get him some sympathy since the video of police went viral. That's a weird stretch. Because again, this guy was reportedly killed. I mean, it's possible. But I don't... And this guy apparently killed 3 other people beforehand, too. Right? If the report is correct, And again, this is early hours. We don't know. It's very possible that this guy, uh, I think this guy was just a deranged lunatic. I don't know who else he killed. I don't know if all the killings were politically inspired or politically motivated. I don't know what was going on through this guy's head. I have no idea. Orange U says, is violence against ideas moral if you believe your very survival depends on it? Simply having a belief in something does not make something moral or immoral, right? We need more than just belief. We have in the American legal system, we have a reasonable person clause, right? Like what a reasonable person would believe, what a reasonable person would think, or how a reasonable person would act. There's case law defining it. I'm not a lawyer. I can't explain it. You'd have to get Lactoid or Pisco or someone like that to kind of walk you through that. But it's absolutely something that is a thing. Hold on 1 second. I had to. Okay. Oh man, I promised the guy I would do a sound test at 4:00. Hey, if you're watching this, buddy, just jump backstage and I'll pull you on and we can do the sound test right now. It'll only take a minute. I don't have to interrupt my stream for it. Just jump backstage. I'll pull you in. We'll do the sound test. It'll be easy. It'll be quick. Portland is Burning says that is every bit as crazy as people claiming Trump set up his own assassination attempt. Everything has to be conspiracy now. Our brains are broken. True. Again, Occam's razor is pretty clear here. This guy, for whatever reason, hated Nick Fuentes and wanted him dead. So he showed up at his house to try and kill him. And he killed other people before. I have no idea to the motivations to that, but it's clearly that this guy was unwell, mentally sick, and yeah, it was a problem. We can't keep doing this. I worry. Well, here's my concern, right? And hopefully you guys can white pill me a little bit on this because I'm getting more and more doomer on this. I see violence being normalized more and more and more and more in America, right? Justified more and more and more. And while thankfully most of the country opposes it, there is a segment, a growing extremist segment in America on the right and the left that think violence is acceptable, right? Political violence is acceptable in today's environment against people like the CEOs, right? Or people like Nick Fuentes, or, you know, who knows, right? People they don't like. And some of this, look, it's okay not to like Nick Fuentes. It's okay not to like CEOs. That's okay. But the idea that we can engage in vigilantism is going to destroy us. If it becomes normalized, it doesn't have to be a majority opinion. It just has to be a sizable enough minority. If a sizable enough minority normalizes vigilante justice in America, we're done. That's it. And it's going to open doors you do not want open. It's going to hurt people you do not intend to get hurt. It always does. There's always collateral. There's always unintended consequences. It's like a fire. It will burn, and you don't get to control which ways the wind blow. It's like using gas weapons. Mustard gas. You can fire it, but that wind's going to blow it back on your own troops. Hot take, Fuentes sucks? Well, yes. True. But he does not deserve to be killed. We have to separate these things, right? And too many people think because a person is bad, right? Because a person is a bad guy, that it is okay to do pretty much anything to them. It concerns me. It concerns me. We need rules. We need standards. We need boundaries. Zachary Browl says, do you think it's ever okay to kill someone over the belief system? Not in a vacuum, no. Simply because they believe something doesn't make it okay to kill them, ever. It's actions. It's behaviors. And look, even if you can reasonably show they intended to carry out a behavior, like, for example, if you are at home, okay, and a guy outside is like, I'm going to kill you, and he has a gun, then I think it's okay, even though he hasn't shot at you yet, to take him out. Morally speaking. Legality, I don't know, right? But morally speaking, yes, I think then it's okay to take action. Like, they've made a threat, it's credible, it's imminent. Do what you got to do, buddy, right? But a lot of times people try to stretch this, okay? They try to stretch this and they say, well, and they play the Kevin Bacon game, the 6 degrees to Kevin Bacon. They play degrees of separation, and they extend the degrees of separation out. So they'll say something like, well, Nick Fuentes preaches a political or advocates for political issues, which, if implemented, will cause more threats to my well-being, right? And so there's like a 2 or 3 degrees of separation here. It's not imminent. Whether it's likely or not, it's arguable, right? And they say, well, because of that, then it's okay to engage in violence because he is threatening me. This is, what is the term I heard that I hadn't heard before until the Luigi thing, but suddenly everyone started using this term? Oh yeah, social murder. That's a big one. Social murder. Or systemic violence, okay? Things that aren't actually violence or aren't actually murders, right? And they use these euphemisms to use the word murder, use the word violence to things that aren't murder and aren't violence. $5 from Lesson Cell. Violence is defended by a small yet loud portion of the population, since it's coming mostly from the youth. It is more shocking because they are the future. I'm hoping age will mollify them. I'm hoping it will calm them down. I don't know, though. Shoeboot says, I fundamentally agree with your view. However, I would argue we have the rules we need. The problem is we are living through a breakdown in the social contract that justifies the rule of law to some people. Not to brag, but I'm 3 degrees from Kevin Bacon. Fair enough. Luminez says, does anyone know what the incendiary devices were? I don't. The information I have is what I've reported to you. We have Nick Fuentes' tweet. He's not the best source, but he does have some video showing that a man with a lethal weapon showed up at his house. I'm inclined to at least believe his account to a certain degree. Again, healthy skepticism, grain of salt, and I am open to him simply being a liar here or misrepresenting it. But for those who are just getting here, let's read it again. Again, Nick Fuentes posted this about 2 hours ago now. He says, last night, an armed killer made an attempt on my life at my home, which was recently doxed on this platform. The gunman carried a pistol, crossbow, and incendiary devices. I believe he intended to kill me. He is now dead. I am okay. According to police, the would-be assassin committed a triple homicide in southern Illinois early yesterday before he arrived at my doorstep with his pistol drawn, calling my name. I am grateful to God that I'm still alive today. Tragically, the gunman broke into a neighbor's home to evade police and killed 2 of their dogs. While heartbreaking, it could have been so unimaginably worse. God have mercy. Doxing is not a game. This nihilistic lynch mob behavior must end before anyone else is killed. That's the thread. Thank you for reminding me, tweet. Unintended consequences. Oh, let me get rid of my little silly metrics there. Okay. Shoeboot says social murder is part of the communist critique of cap. It would be a socialist thing, wouldn't it? Okay, or communist thing. Fucking weirdos with words. It is very possible and often likely that when you start violence, two things happen, okay, that you don't intend. People get hurt that you don't want to be hurt. You get hurt. Your friends get hurt. The people around your target get hurt. Collateral damage is a huge issue, okay? It's a huge issue. And especially when you don't control for it, or even when you try to control for it, right? We have, at least the US has poured billions of amounts of money to limit collateral damage, right? To develop weapons that will make it so our collateral damage is as small as possible. We've developed a sword drone, right? Or a sword missile, which basically it's just it literally shoots out blades and spins around, so we can limit the collateral damage to just like a 6 feet radius, right? Or try to our best to. And even with this technology, even with all that we try to do, the amazing might of the military, American military machine, collateral damage is just a fact of war. It's a fact of conflict, and you can try to mitigate it as much as you want. You'll never get rid of it totally. Mr. Middleman, thank you. Thank you for the membership for 2 months. I really appreciate you. The word systemic is becoming a red flag for BS in a lot of ways, yes. Okay, so there was a news story on it, and it just confirms what Fuentes says about the guy having done a triple homicide earlier. Fair enough, thank you. Good to confirm these things. But as I was saying, right? So given that, when you have this kind of vigilante justice, quote unquote, when you have this kind of vigilantism that people engage in, and they'll say all they like that, oh, all we're going to do is simply like only hit the bad guys. We won't hurt anyone who's not a bad. If you're not a Nazi, you don't have anything to worry about, kind of deal, right? You hear this all the time. Again, once the violence starts, you don't get to control it anymore. You simply don't. It's like a wildfire. It's gonna burn a lot of people, and a lot of blood is gonna spill that you don't want to be spilled. Okay? A lot of your blood's gonna spill. A lot of people who are just happen to be there, their bloods are gonna spill as well. And we see this happen over and over and over again, right? Nick Fuentes, in that example, right, that we just have, their neighbors, their dogs died. I lost poor Tinkerbell. She wasn't killed, thank God. But she did die, natural causes, months ago, earlier this year, and it devastated me. I was heartbroken. I couldn't stream for like a month. It was really bad. If I woke up and poor Lola had been shot by some crazy, because some dum-dum had decided to dox one of my neighbors who was a bad guy to some bad guys to go take him out, I would be mad as fucking hell. I'd be heartbroken. I'd be devastated. Okay. And again, that, like, look, that's best case scenario. His neighbors could have been killed in a shootout, taken hostage while this guy tried to get away from the police. All sorts of again, unintended consequences, right? Rizia says, look, if Trump becoming president doesn't end the world, someone trying video game Nick isn't going to change much either. It's not about one incident. It's about a trajectory. Since July, right? So what, 6 months now, 5 months-ish? We've had how many of these high-profile vigilante either killings or attempts at killings, right? There's been quite a bit. It seems to be getting worse. It seems to be getting worse. And I want to do what I can to stop, to halt, and perhaps reverse this broader process. And I realize I'm just a small nobody streamer, okay? I get it. But I think that we can't justify inaction because we're small. If enough small streamers, if enough small creators, if enough small chatters, right, did what they could to denormalize this, to stigmatize this in their lives, the world would be a better place. I don't know if it would solve the problem. I have no idea, right? But it is, I think, a necessary step. Is the American social order breaking down? I think this is evidence that at least when it comes to vigilantism, it might be. Dunkin' Donuts says I think it's a function of our technology and there's no way to stop it. What do you mean? Can you elaborate? Social division is driven by social media? Perhaps, yes. I don't think there's no way to stop that, though. I think that too often we unload responsibility onto other things and other factors when we should not. Like, we unload the responsibility for the way the world is on technology. And I do this, I'm guilty of this too, to an extent, right? I'm like, look at this, social media is obviously having a deleterious effect on our conversations, and something's got to be done, right? But that doesn't absolve us of our personal responsibility here. It doesn't absolve us of our more collective responsibility here. Like, we don't have to just follow the algorithms into oblivion. We don't. We have a choice. We have the ability to make decisions, to act, right? And to act contrary to the programming, right? To act contrary to the incentives, to act contrary to the influences. We have that ability, and we need to exercise that ability. But instead of exercising that ability, all too often, we blame. We blame outside external factors, and we say, the influence was too great. This is obviously too much. It is not really our fault. There's nothing we could do. And I reject that. I think there is. I think one of the first things we need to do in regards to political violence is our thought leaders, not just our politicians, but our thought leaders, right? Our streamers, our influencers, our podcasters, our news people, our everyone, right? Needs to come out and re-stigmatize vigilantism, re-stigmatize violence towards words. There was an active effort by a large amount of people, right, to tie words to violence, right, to tie non-direct actions to harm and violence. And I think that was a mistake, because it's being used to justify this kind of bad action, right? This unacceptable behavior. This can't work. Nyer Socks, you asked me a hypothetical earlier. You asked me a hypothetical question. I want to address that question because I think it's important. Okay? Nyer Socks asked me, what if, and this is a hypothetical, he says it's a hypothetical, what if by killing a man, right, you could guarantee 100% that it would make the world a better place. That by killing this individual because of their ideology, that the world would be safer and better. So I have two answers to that. One, to engage with others that will engage in. Does that make sense at all? Also, I reject the hypothetical. I don't think that we have a 100%. But oh wait, am I here? Hello? Am I back up? Am I back up? Am I here? Oh no! Did my stream die? Look, they were engaging in vigilante justice on my stream. Okay, they tried. The vigilantes, they came for me, but we stood our ground. We took them out. Okay, am I back? Am I back? Am I good? And we're here. We set. Back. Excellent. Thank you. Where did I cut out? I was on a rant. I was on a roll. That was such a clippable moment. That was the moment I would go viral. I'd get thousands and thousands of subscribers, right? And technology thwarted me, okay? Technology thwarted me. You said actually nothing? Don't know what you're talking about. Okay, $10 from Lesson Cell. After this incident, shouldn't the police or law enforcement view over doxing someone change? Are they going to do anything after this? Nothing happened to Nick, but are we waiting for something to happen? There does need to be some sort of legal ramification for doxing others. Yes, I don't know what that would be, and it's a thorny issue because what is doxing, right? And the debate over what is doxing can get sticky because there are incidences where you'd have reasonable disagreement on, is this doxing, right? So say I make a tweet and I accidentally have a picture of some information that you can identify where I live at, right? So maybe I take a picture of Lola outside my house, and because of I'm stupid, right? I have like the address of my house in the background and someone can find that. If someone points that out, is that doxing? It reveals my private information to the world, but I revealed that private information, right? So is that doxing, and should someone be held liable for that in a court of law? I don't know, right? Now, there are less thorny issues, right, that we could point to, like when what they're doing to Jesse Singal over on Blue Sky, where they're trying to post just a bunch of bullshit, right? Like they're trying to post his address over and over, threatening him with death, etc. That's obviously, we all can understand, okay, yeah, that's doxing. That should probably be held liable, right? But again, devil's in the details here. Gonna find out Wick's address and bring him beef jerky? Yeah, maybe. Mr. Middleman says, I think doxing directed at inciting violence against a person should be treated as a threat. Well, then it becomes easy to kind of get around that, right? You can get plausible deniability, and someone can just happen to post the address on Blue Sky of Jesse Singal. Given the context, it's easy to see, like, oh, we can make a connection here. But to prove that in a court of law beyond reasonable doubt might be harder to do. I don't know. Again, I'm not a legal scholar here. I'm not even saying we shouldn't do anything about it. I think we should. I'm just explaining why I don't know the correct answer. Frankly, I just don't. I don't know the correct steps to deal with this kind of thing. I don't know what we should do about it. Does that make sense? But I do know, and I can recognize that we are in a position where this kind of thing should be dealt with. Hold on. Let me check my little messages here. Boo-boo. Oh, people just responding to my little Twitter posts. Sorry. Again, I'm alive earlier than I normally do. Normally, I get all these things and all my ducks in a row before the show, right? And then we have the panel show, and it's great, and I don't have any interruptions. But because I went live earlier, there are some things that I need to do, right? Like, so there will be some interruptions to the content just as I check my phone, I check my messages, I check my contacts and things like that. So I apologize for that, but it is what it is. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Oh man, see, the tech interruption interrupted my flow. Okay. It did. It interrupted my flow. Let's try this. Let's try this. We do not want to live in a world where killing people who say things we don't like works. You don't want to live in that world. Even the most extremist guy here that's watching my show right now, right? Even the most adamant right-winger who thinks we should kill the commies or anyone preaching commie shit, the most adamant left-winger who thinks we should kill the Nazis and anyone preaching Nazi shit, none of you, neither of you, actually want to live in a world where violence against political enemies like that works. Our built environment says you thought you said 6 p.m. Eastern. Yes, I did. 6 p.m. Eastern is going to be the panel. It's going to be on Maids. What we're doing now is we're talking about the attack on Nick Fuentes. That's what we're doing right now. If this kind of vigilantism works, it will happen more and more often because why wouldn't it? It works. Nothing succeeds like success. It cannot work. We have to make sure that it does not work. I said this on a panel with Brianna Wu that we did recently, where we were talking about the CEO shooter. And I was asked a question, similar question to what Nair Sox asked, right? The question was, if someone killed a obstacle, someone who's an obstacle to something I truly believe in, would I just shut up and not talk about that thing I truly believed in just because someone killed someone about it? My answer is this to that question. And it bears repeating because I think it feeds into this conversation. Say you had a gunman who came in and killed someone who was an opponent or trying to get rid of the First Amendment. As you all know, I'm pretty strong First Amendment supporter, very big free speech guy, all that. If that happened, I would fire up my stream, go on the podcasts, and I would say this. It is disgusting. It is disgusting that someone killed another man due to this issue. It's never okay. It's never acceptable. It makes my job harder. Now I have a harder time advocating for what I believe in because of this motherfucker. It's never okay. And yes, I would shut up about that cause that I was believing in, right? Super believing in, because it cannot work. Even if I want it to, it cannot work. The world will be a fundamentally worse place if it does. And that's the fucking craziness of it. Even if I strongly believe that the world would be a better place if more people adopted free speech as a policy, and I do believe that, it cannot be through vigilantism. It just cannot. It is not worth the cost. I don't think you guys understand the true cost of this, what this would look like. It would be a Pyrrhic victory at best. At best. Vigilantism is a horror. It ensures that the strong overpower the weak in every contest. In every contest. Might would absolutely make right. To a larger degree than it does naturally, right? I don't know, gang. I'm just getting more and more frustrated at the world. Am I the only one who thinks that, like, I can't be. I can't be. I can't be the only guy out there. I can't be the only person out there who is tired of this, who is sick and tired of every week, it seems, every month, at least once a month, having an incident like this. But what are we willing to do? Cernus says I'm not. But what are we willing to do? What are we willing to give up? What are we willing to sacrifice? This is a problem. And one of the reasons that it becomes harder to deal with this problem is because no one's willing to take a hit to solve it. And what do I mean by this? Look at Elizabeth Warren's response to the CEO shooting. Look at AOC's response to the CEO shooting, right? They advocate for Medicare for all, for single-player systems, for reforming healthcare. But they were so mealy-mouthed with their response to the CEO shooting. They didn't want to take a hit. They valued Medicare for all higher than their morality on vigilantism. And it was clear, right? It was clear and through what they said, right? They did this throat clearing beforehand, but that doesn't matter. We have to make it so that if someone is crazy, okay, that they don't believe that violence will help their cause. We need to make it so anathema to engage in violence to help a political cause. We have to make it hurt every single time. We have to make it hurt every single time. Luminez says, you're saying politicians are poor models for our society? Not all of them. They don't have to be. This is my frustration too. They don't have to be. Politicians don't have to be poor role models. They could be good ones. We could have politicians, and I really truly believe this, we can have politicians that win by being good people. No one wants to try it, though. No one wants to try. Just try, okay? See what happens. Just be an honest person. I am convinced that that can win. But no one believes that, not really. They all think, well, we have to engage in this because the enemy's engaging in this, and if we don't do it, the enemy will do it, and they'll have an advantage, so we have to take every advantage. We have to fight fire with fire. When they go low, we go lower. I don't know. I know that that's the common consensus, apparently, that that's how we need to do politics. I don't think it is. I really don't. I think we can win by being better. By being people that... By being politicians that people can be proud of. By being a congressman, by being a senator, by being a local town council person that people can look up to and are proud to have represent them. Not because of their ability to fight, but because they are good, honest, decent people. Fundamentally. And I think they can win. I do. I'm not so jaded to think that. I think that there is this undercurrent of longing for that. People want it. People like me, at least, and maybe I'm the minority. I don't know, but I think that there's a large group of people, right, in America who want that, who long for a hero. And I'm not being hyperbolic here. Someone who is a good person, someone I can unabashedly call a role model. Cameraman 502 for $2 says, thoughts on the WSJ article on Biden. I haven't read it yet. It is in the queue. When I read it, I'll get back to you. Brandon S101 says, hope you have a great stream. I hope I do too. Thank you for being here. Psychonaut says, Wick's boyish optimism is so cute. Is this naivete? Naivete? I'm pronouncing words is hard. I don't know if it is. I think that there is this nihilism, I don't fucking know how to say words, okay, that has become mainstream, but I think it's fundamentally rotten at its core because it is wrong. Not like morally wrong, it's just incorrect, right? It is an incorrect assumption about the world. Nihilism. Thank you. Look, again, I apologize, gang. I am terrible at pronouncing words. If we had a pronouncing words off, I would lose every time, okay? I mispronounce words constantly, all the time. It's only going to get worse. You need to promote having a stronger local community, people who like their neighbors. Batozai, okay? Batozai. I'm getting your name right, I promise, okay? Batozai. You're onto something there. You're onto something there, actually. We need, okay, what we need to do is we need to reclaim a fundamental truth, okay? A fundamental truth that most people are good people, whether they be Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, maybe not communist, okay? But even them, okay? Most people, regardless of their belief system, are fundamentally, at heart, good people. Unfortunately, we live in a world where people don't believe that anymore. Where people don't trust that anymore. And there's a lot of reasons for that. A lot of reasons for that beyond the scope of our conversation here today. But it's worth looking into. There's a lot of things that play into that. But as I said earlier, we need to stop offloading responsibility onto outside factors. We can build that trust again. We can build that society again. We can build that community again. America needs to be a community again. We need to stop seeing each other as political enemies and start seeing each other as neighbors. As members of the same group. Two Link says, ideally I'm with you, but look at what wins federally now. I get you. I do. I understand. My thesis and my hope is that I think my way can win too. I get what you're saying. I understand it's a bit of a leap of faith here, right? But I think my way can win, both nationally and locally. Bill Bradley says, we need to stop lionizing mental illness as a starting point. I wouldn't phrase it like that. I know what you're saying, and I kind of agree. But I would say this. We need to stop glorifying antisocial ideas and behaviors. Because it's not just mental illness that brings these things, okay? We have, unfortunately, I'll give you an example. Here's an example. Have you guys heard of, you guys know what the golden rule is, right? You guys know the golden rule? Everyone knows the golden rule? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you, okay? Treat others how you want to be treated. That's the golden rule, okay? Pretty good one. I think it's clear, it's concise, and as a rule, you can't really do better. However, there is, at least in the modern age, something called the platinum rule. Have you guys heard the platinum rule? I don't like the platinum rule, to be clear. I'll prime the pump a little bit. I think the platinum rule is part of the problem here, right? But the platinum rule is something that goes like this. That says, treat others how they want to be treated. So the golden rule to compare is do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Treat others how you want to be treated. The platinum rule suggests that you shouldn't do that you should treat others how they want to be treated. Wick, that seems reasonable. Why is that a problem? Because it suggests that if I want to be treated as royalty, you should treat me as royalty. And that's just silly. It's just silly. It prioritizes a kind of how to put it? A kind of narcissism, okay? A kind of egoism. And instead of treating others as you in empathizing with them, which is what the golden rule helps to do. It helps you put yourself in someone else's shoes and say, if I was them, would I want this to be happening to me? That's a good thing. It's a good thing to do. It helps morally. It helps just make the world a better place. But the idea of simply having someone tell you how they want to be treated, well, again, I get it, but it leads to this kind of narcissism that I think is just harming our society. It really is. And I think that a lot of people have adopted this view that other people should treat me how I want to be treated. Other people should treat you according to your behaviors. How you behave is how they should treat you. And yes, they should practice empathy. They should practice this idea of putting themselves in your shoes and not disrespecting you, not treating you in a manner that they wouldn't want themselves to be treated in if they were in your situation. But you can't dictate to others how they treat you. And you can't dictate to others how they should respond to your actions. You can't do that. But a lot of people think they should be able to. They should be entitled to this. That regardless of how they act or behave, you need to treat them this way. Regardless of what they do, you should treat them this way. Regardless of what you would want or feel reasonable to happen in a situation, if you were in that situation, you should treat them this way. And I think that it's really taking the community out of how we treat each other. It really is. It's centering the I when we should center the we. I don't know, gang. I'm out of Coke, so I'm drinking Pepsi. Oh man, it's gonna be a day. Okay, look, the topic coming up tonight in about an hour. In about an hour, my guests will arrive, and we'll be talking about Maid system. I got a lot of big problems on the Maid system. Okay, yeah, I think one of my most right leaning takes is I think that government enabled suicide is bad, and we shouldn't do it. But we'll talk about it tonight. It'll be fun. I'm gonna get in on the scrimmage here. Okay, it's gonna be 6 people, including me. We're gonna have Admiral Gibbs on. We're gonna have Buckaroo. We're gonna have Johnny Rawls, and it'll be a few people there. But yeah, Alley Cat says your place looks clean. Why do you mean you're Maid? Maid is medical assistance in death, my friend. It's funny. Uh, it's a funny little thing. But yeah, it is. Back to the Fuentes stuff. Give me hope, gang. How can... What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? If you're on the left in my show, right? If you're watching me and you're on the left, how do we stop this, right? From our side. If you're on the right, if you are here on the right. So here's, okay, let me explain the exercise before we get going, okay? The exercise here isn't to say it's the left's fault or it's the right's fault. That's not what we're doing here. What I want us to do as people who are members of groups, have beliefs in different groups, right? What we need to do is figure out how to police our own. So whether you are on the right or on the left, I want you to look inward, and I want to look at your group and tell me, pretty please, how you stop your group from engaging in this kind of behavior. I don't want to hear they do it more or they do it more. I don't want to hear that shit. I just don't. Goat Easy says ban guns. Conservative liberalism says call out normalizing violence as a reaction to words. Way too many people cheered when Richard Spencer got punched. Fair enough. Goat Easy says ban guns. OMG. Bonging Stuff says ban hands. Again, just give me your ideas. We can critique other ideas later. I want to hear your ideas. Okay, I want to hear your ideas. Look, I'm just trying to get a dialogue going, get a discussion going. Oh, we have the normal big brain galaxy brain people, mind waves here, saying, guys, please think about the white supremacists. Can I just say how much I hate this kind of thought, right? This idea, right, that it happened to a bad person, so we shouldn't call it out. Wick, have you read Watchmen? Yeah, I've read The Watchmen. You talk about the graphic novel? Yeah. With Ozymandias and all them? Solon Victus 10 says, fix the obvious and glaring flaws in the system so people aren't full of murderous rage. Can I just also look? Okay, no, we're gonna shit on My Ways for a little bit here, because he deserves to be shit on. This person made a manifesto on how Stardust was doing harm by talking to someone. This person, Mindwaves, is retarded. This person, Mindwaves, right, thinks that because someone is a if they cross a certain line, that anything and everything can be done to them. And this is evidence of that. Someone tried to kill Nick Fuentes, right? A vigilante justice went to try to kill Nick Fuentes, and this guy is soft defending that killer, that engager in violence, that engager in vigilantism. Yet, if anyone, right, were to do even similar to him, even somewhat similar to him, he would call foul. He would call it bullying. He would try and scream like they're trying to murder me. They're trying to kill me, if just by criticizing him. That's what he would do. Right? He is an idiot. And he's a dangerous idiot. And this kind of thinking is dangerous. Bonging stuff says legislation to require hosts to immediately remove an address in the registry or restrict the entry of the address. Interesting. Maybe. I'd have to look at the legislation. And people are pointing out like, oh, Groypers do this too. Yes, and they're evil for doing that. And we should not be like them. Groypers dox people too. Yes, that's bad when they do it. It's one of the reasons they're bad. It's one of the reasons they're sickos and crazy. And we shouldn't model our behavior after them. Yes, they do it too. But that's bad. That's one of the reasons they are bad is because they dox people. So that does not make it okay to dox them. It's not a hard concept, gang. But for whatever reason, people are having a hard time with this fucking concept. And I don't understand it. Now I'm angry, okay? Now I'm upset. Fucking mind waves. I gotta be careful. I don't want to get banned for things. Stupid shit. Just because I'm mad. Look, gang, I don't know what you gotta say. Look, I'll say this. There's a lot of things that I have intrusive thoughts. They're not good. But sometimes I just think shit, okay? But that's bad, and we try to curb these excesses. Pugil stick fight. I box the shit out of Mind Waves. Hell yeah. Give me enough money. Fly him out. We'll have a go. Zero Fuck says, you are asking for a solution to a prisoner's dilemma. We, as better people, get to choose to be stepped on or choose to not be better people. That is a false dichotomy. I reject that framing. And people have tried to make this kind of like prisoner's dilemma kind of comparison before, this game theory comparison before, and I just reject it. I think it's too white room. And what I mean by that is it tries to look at things in a vacuum, and it discounts or I'm sorry, it doesn't discount, but it ignores outside variables that change how these things work and how these things play out in real life, right? So again, in a white room, in a vacuum, yes, certain actions, kind of the prisoner's dilemma action, you can have a best choice scenario. But we have to acknowledge that in the real world, there are many more variables at play than these simple choices. And making these choices have knock-on effects that, depending on the context, can really change the outcome that wouldn't exist in a vacuum. So, yeah. Bill Bradley says, humans might be mostly good, but we are all flawed. There has to be more than one's internal compass to ensure massive population of people all act right. Yes, there needs to be a state. This is why I'm not an anarchist. There needs to be a state to enforce certain social constructs and social orders. And when a state enforces good social constructs, that state thrives. And when a state enforces bad social constructs, that state becomes totalitarian, authoritarian hellscapes. And we can see this play out. Russia is a good example of this. It is not good to live in Russia right now. You guys remember when the Ukraine war started and there was these massive protests in Russia? How you don't hear about that anymore? What do you think happened to those people? What do you think occurred? Where do you think they are now? They are enforcing a bad social construct. Okay? Whereas in America, we, at least ideally, enforce good social constructs. We enforce the ability to protest in the streets. We enforce the ability to have a thorough discourse. Because the First Amendment doesn't just protect your right to speech from the government. It doesn't. It protects your right to speech from other people as well. People cannot physically stop you from engaging in free speech. They don't have to platform you, but they can't stop you. At least ideally, at least theoretically, right? And I think that's a good thing. Again, the idea that the First Amendment only protects you from the government is just false. It's just wrong. I'm saying ideally, X. I'm not saying we engage in it perfectly. JMax says we don't need the state to enforce social constructs. Yes, we do. On a large enough national scale, yes, we do. JMac, hold on. If you were in the street, okay? If you were in a town square, the government cannot stop you from speaking, but also private citizens cannot stop you from speaking. Do you know why? Because the First Amendment protects your right to speak, even from private citizens stopping you. Crazy, I know. That's just the law. We have case law to showcase this, okay? I don't have them pulled up, but trust me, I'm right. How would a citizen stop you from speaking? We got things like a heckler's veto. They could try to stop you through physical force in a lot of cases. A lot of them can override your speech through just, well, that's just a heckler's veto. There's a few ways they can do that. And the cops will stop them from engaging that. They could steal your mic, cut your feed, all these things. Oh, maybe we need to do a deep dive on First Amendment. Maybe you guys don't understand it. Oh, how can I reach these kids? How can I reach them? How can I make you understand? Hold up. Make them read Enlightenment stuff. Some John Stuart Mill would do you all good. Okay. Maybe we should read On Liberty. Little dense, but it's important. And it's a great thesis on free speech and freedom of speech. Use a whiteboard in examples. I had a whiteboard under here, oh no, my thing dropped. Oh no. Magnets. But where did this drop from? I don't know, whatever. Unfortunately, no one can see it because of my lighting. Like, I tried to use it before, but no one could read it. It'd have to be closer. I'd have to have different lighting. I'm working in limited space here, guys. Look, if you guys gave me a bunch of money, and I hope you do, a bunch of money to get a studio, to get proper equipment, to get all these things in gear, I would have the production values through the roof. It'd be great. But yeah, we're working on literally a shoestring budget here. So you know what? We do what we must. We do what we can. We do what we must. We do what we can. Let me see. Let me look. Boom, boom, boom. Again, sorry, I'm just making sure that everything is on for tonight, making sure all the people that I've signed up are going to make it. Okay. Yes, they are. Excellent. Excellent. You guys excited for that? Does anyone want to hop on for a moment or two and kind of give their take on the shooting? Or not the shooting, I'm sorry. The attempted the attack. Let's call it an attack. The attack on Fuentes. I need to use the restroom. I don't want dead air. That's why I'm asking. So if you guys want to drop backstage, I'll pull you in for a moment. No slurs. Just to give you guys a little content so we don't have dead air while I'm using the little boys' room here. Okay. Just take the mic into the shitter. You guys want to hear me pee? You gotta pay me a lot more money if you want that kind of content, okay? It's not the platform for that, okay? Maybe I'll start up an OnlyFans if there's enough interest, but you guys are weird if you want that. So you know what? It looks like we are going to have to just deal with the fact that I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be back in like 30 seconds, maybe a minute. I'm not going to put out a video on. You guys can look at my lovely icon here. You know what? I'll just put the starting student screen on, actually. And you guys, I'll be back in a second. Cool? Cool. Okay. Welcome back, Kings. I'm back! Hooray. Let me pose to you a question, chat. Did I wash my hands? Of course. I'm not an animal. We're civilized here in America, okay? We're civilized here in the Wick household. I wash my hands absolutely. With soap and water. So let me pose to you a question. This is inspired by Mindwave's retardation, okay? So just for reminders to everyone to get this, to make this like maybe a segment, okay? We can see the little reminder of the little retard here, okay? Mindwaves. Guys, please think about the white supremacist. A little sad smiley face. So my question is this. Who deserves human rights? Who is entitled to protection under the law, by the law, of the law? the answer, yes, shoe boots, humans. The answer is everyone. Literally everyone. If you answer anything else, you fundamentally do not believe in human rights. You fundamentally do not believe in the rule of law. I do. Yes, even horrific criminals, murderers, tyrants, Hitlers of the world, they all deserve fundamental human rights and due process under the law. If you disagree with this, you fundamentally do not understand what a human right is, or you don't believe in human rights. Which, fair enough. I do, however. This is the law that protects Fuentes, protects you. To weaken it for Fuentes weakens it for you. I would give the protection of the law to the devil himself, because I understand that doing so protects me as well. This fundamental issue that we have in America is too many people want to make carve-outs to human rights and the protection of the law to people that they don't like, to people that they feel are fundamentally inhuman, right? Such as Fuentes. That sort of thinking leads to vigilante violence. It leads to murder. It leads to death. When we weaken the law because we want to target someone we don't like, that law becomes brittle. And the law protects us. When we hate someone enough that we are willing to sacrifice the protections that we have in order to target them, it is a symptom of an unhealthy mind and an unhealthy society. Zola Invictus says the law is corrupt as fuck. This is common knowledge. One of the problems with how the law is implemented today is the fact that it has been corrupted by people who think in the way that Mindwaves does. People who think in this way that we must have carve-outs so that this group of people is not protected by the law, whereas this group of people is. Yes, it is corrupt. It's corrupt because of that mindset. So we need to remove that mindset to begin to heal the law. Because as a concept, conceptually, the law is a good thing. We want it to be true that people have the entitlement to due process. That no matter who you are, no matter what you are accused of, you have your day in court. You have the ability to defend yourself in the excuse me. You have the ability to defend yourself in the court of law. You are entitled to a rigorous and robust defense. We want that to be the case. Why do we want that to be the case? It goes back to the golden rule, baby. Okay? Because we want it in case we are ever charged with a crime that we did not commit. That we want to be able to have our day in court. And when we make it carve-outs and exceptions for this, those carve-outs and exceptions will hurt us in the long run. It absolutely will. the law becomes less trusted. People are willing to obey it even less, and the center cannot hold. Anarchy reigns. Monsieur Balls says, intellectually the most beautiful man on Twitch TV, the verdict of Wix lady panelists. You know what? I'll take it. Fair enough. Thank you. The microbes are vigilanting Wick. Maybe. Bill Bradley says, good, necessary, sure, but good is debatable. The law is necessary for large-scale societies. We hope that on balance it is not, at least not bad. Look, if you want to pick at the word, sure. Pedantically, fair enough. We could use better terms, better words, maybe. But I feel that the result of a good law is good, right? Let me make that clarification. Good law is good. I know, tautological in a little ways, right? But if you have a robust, strong legal system that is built on justice, it is a good thing. It is better than the alternatives. The alternatives being laws that do not exist or corrupt laws, okay? The question must be asked, well, what about an imperfect system? Is that better than no laws at all? And I would argue it is. I would argue that even America's system, I'm going to speak to America, it's the one I'm most familiar with. In the system that we have in America, we can acknowledge that our justice system is flawed. It is imperfect. It gets things wrong. There are things that there is corruption within it, and there are things that it fundamentally cannot handle certain things. I understand that. It is preferable to the alternative of no laws at all. It is preferable to the alternative of many other countries, a majority of other countries, I would argue. Our system, flawed though it is better than any realistic alternative. To flaunt that system, to undermine that system, comes at our peril. Fuentes wants to undermine the justice system. That's one of the problems I have with Fuentes. He wants to undermine the justice system. He wants to undermine the rule of law. He wants to corrupt, twist, and misuse the rule of law in order to get his weird Christo-nationalism, Nazism bullshit. I oppose that. When you undermine the rule of law to try to hurt him and engage in vigilantism against him, you are doing him a favor. You are doing his cause a favor. Wick, there's good people on both sides. Is there? On both sides of what? Would be the question I would have. Is Nick a martyr now? Unironically, he's closer to being one than he was the day before yesterday. Yes. And that sucks. We don't want that. That's bad. No Cow Mike says the rule of LOL is greater than the rule of law. Unfortunately, that might be the case on Twitter. But my God, I don't want to live in a world run by Twitter. Could you imagine a world run by Twitter? How horrible that would be? How awful that would be? Bill Bradley says, Fuentes has been turned into the victim he often pretends to be. This vigilante only helps his narrative. Absolutely. It's terrible. Imagine a world run by Blue Sky. Oh, social media in general. A world run by social media in general would be horrific. Gecko McNiggle says, when you are in 5 minutes of possibly fatal danger and the law is 15 minutes away, what are we saving? What are we reforming? The law protects you in those situations, at least in America. You have a right to self-defense and defend yourself in the case of imminent violent threats. The law takes that into account. And yes, one should not rely entirely on police to protect you. But luckily, the law allows you the ability to protect yourself and to defend yourself, at least in America. And that is a fundamentally good thing. And self-defense, say it with me, is a human right. Yes, it is, baby. Okay, yes, it is. True. We got about 20 minutes before my panel. Are you guys excited for it? Can we get a little Christmas cheer in the chat a little bit to perk me up a little bit while we're waiting? Okay, a little Christmas cheer, and what I mean by that is you give me money. Can we do that? Can we do that a little bit? Or at least put a like on the screen. You got 53 people watching me on YouTube. We got 12 likes. Let's pump that numbers up, baby. We need a better ratio here. Any panel hotties lined up, Wick? Well, I'm a panel hottie, okay? Do I count? Am I a panel hottie? Do I count? Shoeboot says self-defense is not a human right. It's a viable defense to a criminal charge. No, I believe that everyone has a right to protect themselves. I disagree with you. I think self-defense is a fundamental human right. The right to protect yourself. Bill Bradley says people really don't understand the difference between self-defense and vigilantism. Maybe not. That's why for $20. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, buddy. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you. I appreciate the money. I do. I'm going to use that to eat dinner tonight. Be yummy. Be great. Boop, 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 boop. I suppose you could say your right to security of person could encompass self-defense. Okay, I'll walk back what I said. Fair enough. Your stars and stripes seems perkier. My little flag here, where the aspect ratio is a little off on it, but you know it's a good flag. It's a fine flag. It's a flag I'm proud of. Okay. So the question becomes, if we view Fuentes and the Groypers and those people as bad guys, and I do, to be clear, what should we do to stop them? Like, how should we oppose them? I think the answer is fairly simple. Anything other than violence. Anything other than doxing. I think that we can ascribe a whole host of options within certain boundaries. We do need to set hard boundaries, though, hard limits on what is permissible when opposing a bad actor, when opposing someone who has bad ideas, right? And I think that it's clear, it should be clear to everyone that vigilante physical violence is off limits. Can we think of other hard lines? Other than that, what other hard lines would you guys say should be off limits when engaging with bad actors, people we feel are harmful to society? Zesway says, don't wield weapons you aren't okay being wielded against you. Fair. Parallax says depends on how bad the actor is. We're talking Fuentes level bad. Fuentes is pretty bad. He's okay. I don't want you guys to get this twisted. He is a pretty bad actor. Don't send them shit in the mail. Okay, fair enough. Don't shit on them, like literally shit on them. Okay. Fuentes is worse than the UHC CEO, in my opinion. Well, yes, absolutely. Fuentes is orders of magnitude worse than the CEO of United Healthcare. Absolutely, I agree. Neither should have been killed or attacked physically. Shoeboot says, I don't really think there's any hard lines other than what's illegal. What is the smartest approach to is another conversation. I disagree. I think that like the law is not morality to me, right? Like we can have unjust laws, we can have just laws. Both these things can exist. Just because it's illegal doesn't mean it's immoral necessarily. I'm just trying to think, like, if we're going to make like a set of rules for engagement, rules of engagement, right? In the military, we had rules of engagement. There are ways you could fight and ways you could not fight. Okay? It's very important. We need a rules of engagement for these kinds of situations. And we need to be able to strictly enforce these rules of engagement, socially enforce these rules of engagement. And if someone in your social circle violates these rules of engagement, you should kick them out of your social circle. You should ostracize and stigmatize them to the best of your ability. Again, so let's get a set of rules going. Something to think about. We got about 15 minutes before my panel, so we might not be able to think of them all right now. But once we do, let's make these rules of engagement, gang. Let's do it as a community. Let's create a set of variables, factors, rules, guidelines to say this is acceptable behavior, this is unacceptable behavior when it comes to these kinds of things. Goat Easy says you can't fight if you can't get a deadly weapon. Ban guns. Fuentes is a honeypot. The honeypot. Bright Anude says, you leave my social circle out of this wick and don't call it that anymore. That's my special no-no spot. Okay, fair enough. They're probably saying he's a Fed, maybe. I don't know. But let's engage with him. Let's engage with him as he presents himself. At least for this, because he's merely an example. He's a stand-in here. What I'm trying to do is I want us to develop, or I want society, like I want, by us I mean the circles I swim in, right? I want society, right? Our culture, or on the internet, to set up some standards, right? Some strict kind of social standards for this kind of thing. I'm not asking for moderation, as in mods doing this. We need to do it for ourselves. We can't rely on mods to police our actions. We have to police our own actions. Moderate thyself. Don't let other people moderate you. Moderate yourself. And how should we, dear Wickers, moderate ourselves? Again, I think there's clear no physical violence. And yes, that includes no smacking, no punching, no kicking, no hitting, none of that. Ever. When it comes to these kind of things. Risk Rain says, I think it's okay to punk someone that's a punk. What the fuck does punk mean? I don't know what that means. True Boots says respectfully, I'm just not on board with setting our own rules. That's how they keep winning. Once again, I want to call back to earlier in the show. This is the kind of the cynical look that a lot of people have. I'm not shitting on you for this, Shoe Boots. This is a view that is shared by many. I reject it, however. I reject that the only way to win is by fighting fire with fire. I feel, and I really do believe this, that we can win by being better. By being better people. There is a longing for that in this country. There is a longing for political figures, leaders, etc., that can be that people can be proud of. That people can be proud to call their congressman or senator or representative. That people can be proud to say, this guy is a good guy. He's a good man, a good woman, right? And he is not part of the cesspool that we have in our American political system. I think there is absolutely a hunger for this, okay? Yeah, about 9 minutes before our Maid show, gang. Are you excited for that? I am. I've been talking a lot today, okay? I went early for content just for you, my dear Wickers, okay? Just for you. Okay, you should be proud. We got some great shows coming up, too. So next week is Christmas time. You know what, gang? I'm going to spend it with my family. I'm going to spend it with real life people. I might come and sign on for a few times, sing carols with you guys, and do some call-ins, things like that. But for the most part, I'm probably not going to be live next week. Sorry. But we will do some Christmas spirit stuff, right? We'll do a little bit. But it won't be anything super serious. And obviously, if something happens, something catastrophic or crazy, Rabid Wombat says, but then how can we give you money? You can give me money any day, anytime, right? My wallet is always open for you, Rabid, okay? Bill Bradley says, ban political parties, publicly fund campaigns, make each candidate run on their own merits. I don't think we can realistically ban a political party. They would form just naturally. Yeah, I don't see how that's feasible or even desirable. Like, I want people who share my values to help me spread my values. I want that. I think that's good. That's communist talk? Why is that communist talk? Why is that communist talk? Okay, gang. I'm going to bring on some of the guests for the show. So we're going to talk a little bit more. Okay. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Welcome, gang. You're live.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. I can hear you as well. I can't see you guys yet, but, you know. Gibbs is deafened himself. I don't know why, but here he is. And we have some more people coming. They'll get here hopefully soon. Let me you know what? Can you share my Discord link in the group chat? Often topical.
Yeah.
Again, it's a little hard for me right now with the couple other things I'm doing here. Yeah, and tell Sir Reddington, if he's not in, to get in, you know. accept the rules, all that. You guys having a good day?
Hello?
Yeah. Can't
Hey,
complain.
Gibbs, what's up, brother?
Oh, trying to survive.
Oh, you sound rough, man. Are you okay?
Yeah, too much hoodlum shit last night.
Oh, man, you need to calm down, man, brother. You're old like me, okay? You can't be
Yeah,
engaging in that
let me tell
behavior
you.
anymore.
My homegirl, she's in the other room, and she just saw the live notification go on her phone, I guess, and she goes, "Bro, how are you streaming? I am dying." I'm like, "I don't know. If you want it, you'd make it happen."
I guess so, man. Did you hear about the attack on Nick Fuentes?
I know. Just I
Right.
haven't heard anything today.
Yeah. Oh, well, so apparently some guy killed 3 people and showed up in Fuentes' house with a crossbow and a pistol.
Oh, wait, he
And
killed 3 people before that?
Yep. He killed 3 individuals before that.
Eee.
So it was a serious threat. He's dead now. He tried to escape. He shot the neighbor's dogs. And then I guess I'm assuming the cops got him. I've been talking about that for the last 2 hours. What are you guys' thoughts?
Obviously that's bad.
Well, I'm not surprised, especially after all the CEO talk, because I feel like now that's kind of like with people encouraging it, it's just kind of opened up the floodgates for anybody that thinks that somebody is a person that's just reprehensible. Then it's now morally justified to go take him out. I mean, I know you've been preaching that like since day one on it, but I mean, I don't think other people have seen it or realized it or got it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
I know what you're saying. I understand. I hear you. How you doing, Johnny?
Doing well. How are you guys?
Oh, we're here. Okay. We're
Great.
keeping out of trouble, I suppose you would say. We got 2 more people who should be here hopefully shortly. And then we'll get started. Oh man, it's been a day, gang. Like I said, I had to go live a couple hours early to talk about the Fuentes stuff and had to get that off my chest. So we didn't interrupt today's conversation with that. So
What was happening with that?
well, someone tried to, or at least someone killed 3 people, showed up at Nick Fuentes' door, rang his doorbell. There's like doorbell cam footage of this, right? You can
Holy
see it.
shit.
You can watch it. He had a crossbow, he had a pistol, and he was calling out Nick's name. Apparently, the cops got there. There was some kind of scuffle. 2 of the neighbors' dogs were killed, and the
Jesus.
shooter is dead now. So
That's wild.
but it did spark conversation about the ideas behind vigilantism, why doxing is actually really bad, and how when we engage in violence, often it has unintended consequences, and people that even we don't intend to be hurt get hurt, such as those poor neighbors who lost their dogs, right?
Yeah.
They weren't, as far as I know, bad actors like Fuentes was, and now their dogs are dead because someone wanted to take a shot at Nick. So here we are.
That's wild. Yeah.
I think that Nick Fuentes is justified now for when that lady went up to his house and he like sprayed her with pepper spray.
It does
No.
put a
It
little bit of
definitely
different
helps.
context on that, doesn't it,
No,
though?
it doesn't, because
Yes,
it happened
I think
before.
it does. Yeah, a little
I
bit.
think it does.
It happened before.
It happened
No.
before, but it goes to show that he was under reasonable threat.
Right.
Like
Right.
he had perhaps more than other people reason to be afraid of random people coming to his door. Does I think that justifies what he did? No, but it does again add context.
Yeah. I saw a bunch of people saying like, what did he think was going to happen? Nothing bad's ever going to happen when someone shows up. Like, obviously you shouldn't have pepper sprayed her, but
Yeah, like he if someone from the internet, if my information got doxed and then I had rando showing up at my door, I would be under reasonable fear more so than I would in normal circumstances.
I guess I would just wonder where's the line for reasonable fear. Like if you, let's say Fuentes, this had happened like on the street, like he had somehow, like John Wick escaped being assassinated on the street. And then later somebody from the internet was like, just saw him on the street and was like, hey, you're Nick Fuentes, you suck. And he like freaked out and pepper sprayed them. Would we say like, oh, well, he had a reasonable fear there? Or is it just because somebody showed up to his house and knocked on his door?
Because of the showed up to the it wasn't a chance encounter in the street, but it showed it indicated
It was targeted.
premeditation. Yeah, targeted. It's good.
Yeah, so I guess my point is just like I think yeah, obviously this is bad, terrible, awful, horrible. What's the meme? I condemn, but unironically.
I do not condone.
But yeah, do not condone. That being said, I also do not condone Nick Fuentes, no questions asked, pepper spraying somebody on his doorstep.
And he's obviously going to face repercussions for that, hopefully.
It's, even if it's understandable, it's wrong.
Can you turn yourself up
Even if
a bit, Buckaroo?
Mhm.
Yeah, please. Just adjust your mic here. We are waiting on one more individual. Hopefully they get here soon.
Wonderful.
Then we'll get this party started.
Just move my mic. Is this better?
A little. Keep going. Sorry for the tech support gang. Tell you what we got. It's 6:01 right now. I do have to use the restroom again. I've been drinking too much soda. Entertain my audience until I'm back, and then we will start the show. Sound good, gang? Sound good. And if he jumps backstage, hopefully he'll be back when he'll be here when I get here. If not, we'll just start and we'll just go. To let everyone know, I am going to be a participant more than I normally am in these things. I am going to get involved more than I normally do. So keep that in mind. Okay, with that, entertain my audience. I'll be right back.
That's Wick saying he's going to throw hands. He will hold a grudge, and if it's not entertaining, it's our
no
fault.
moderation.
I'm saying right now that it's rigged. Yeah, no moderation. The moderator is participating.
That's right.
Rigged.
This means we can do whatever we want, though. Like we could start a riot in VC.
We're storming the channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
The inmates have control of the asylum or whatever, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I'm quickly reading the guide to my microphone to make sure I have the volume correct. It was $20 on Amazon. Shockingly good.
Yeah, that's how I feel about this one too. I replaced one of I have an Audio-Technica mic and I like it a lot, but it's just the mixer that I have sucks. And so I decided to go with this cheaper. It's like a Fifine. I think it was like $40 or something.
Hell yeah. Hopefully this is better, not worse. If it's worse,
I can hear you fine.
Did y'all see the Mr. Beast thing today where he was promoting with Dan Clancy the stream together stuff?
Oh no.
No.
Yeah, I was way too hungover to do it, but basically for like 2 or 3 hours today, everybody was like, you share the streams, do that stream together thing. You had a chance of Mr. Beast showing up and making it rain or whatever. Be good little online strippers or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of cool. I think the new feature's pretty cool.
Online strippers.
Yeah. Please, sir, I'd like some more monies or subs.
All streamers, they're all begging for more subs.
I think you might want to go into Discord and maybe fix your sensitivity. That might be what's going on, because it's like it's picking you up, but then like the beginnings and ends of what you're saying is not getting picked up.
Oh, I see.
Oh, is this tech?
So yeah, it might be the.
It wasn't before. Okay, I would like to note it only just started when you came back.
Of course it did.
There was also a brief comment.
Of course. All right. I hope that my audience will clip me the best insults and send them to me later. But, okay, enough stalling. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kings and queens, welcome to yet another episode of Wick TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, have we a show for you tonight? We are going to be talking about maids. No, not the cute French girls that dress up in outfits and clean your room. Medical assistants in dying. Several countries have implemented varieties of this program. Canada being one of them, which we've talked about this show before. The reason we're talking about it again is because lately the UK has been pushing to implement a similar law. And we're going to be talking about the ethics of this, not just the laws in question, either in Canada and in UK, but as a concept generally. Is it ethical? Should the government be involved in deciding when someone can or cannot end someone else's life? And that's what we're going to be talking about today. So with that said, let's get some introductions going. Let's get some people in this. We got one more guest. Hopefully they'll be here soon. But we'll start with Admiral Gibbs. Gibbs, give us what you got.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, I'm not a fan of the idea that the government is going to be involved in helping people commit assisted suicide. I'm pretty much against, universal healthcare in general, or taxpayer-funded healthcare in general. I find that abhorrent and theft-like. And then the idea that we're going to combine these two, and somehow government-sponsored healthcare is going to include killing people, is pretty fucking terrifying, in my opinion. I hate to be the guy that says slippery slope, but I'm gonna be the guy that says slippery slope and to start. And it just seems like it's a really bad path to begin on. And I mean, I don't know. It's pretty terrifying. Now, will caveat that I'm okay with a few exceptions for maybe assisted suicide and medical condition. I mean, personally, if I lose my mind, more than I already do, but if I ever get dementia or Alzheimer's or something, I wouldn't mind if someone just went and got a pillow with, but that's personally.
Okay, what a cheery note. Okay, Thank you for being here, Gibbs, and glad you're able to join us. Buckaroo, please.
Hi, I'm Buckaroo Banshee. I personally feel very complicated about maids. I've spent my whole day reading and watching stuff about it, and it seems like a pretty emotionally fraught situation. And obviously, there are tons of nuances and this and that, but I think at its core, people do deserve the right to end their life. I think, life is what's the word I'm looking for? Life, everybody dies, you have the choice when you live and when you die. And I think, especially for people who are suffering, they deserve peace. And I think the involvement of the government, I mean, the government's already involved in life and death in so many different ways. So when you apply it to this, I think it's totally reasonable for the government to be involved, unless you think they also shouldn't be involved in any other cases regarding life and death.
Okay, thanks for being here. We'll get to it as we get to it. Appreciate it. And so far, no popping on the mic, so I'm happy with that. Johnny Rawls, what do you got?
Yeah, just so you know, also Redstone's. Yep, there you go. All right.
I'm on top of it, buddy. Don't worry, I got this. Give us what you got.
Yep. So medical situations are difficult because, everyone has their unique situations. So I'll give my position broadly about why I feel certain maids is moral, and then some boundaries that I would set. So I believe generally that physician-assisted suicide is permissible in some cases, but I'm against any form of euthanasia. I think that the UK law that's been proposed is really excellent, and the way that it's structured is morally permissible. I feel that the only person that should be receiving physician-assisted suicide are people that are terminally ill rather than chronically ill, and that includes people that only have mental health as their medical condition for wanting it. So I don't think they should receive physician-assisted suicides. And then the reason I believe that these physician-assisted suicides should be allowed is sort of threefold. I think it respects the patient's autonomy. I think it maximizes patient's dignity, and it minimizes patient suffering. And then on the contrary, not allowing it is paternalistic, and it actively rejects patient autonomy. It forces patients to endure months of painful and possibly degrading care, and it prolongs patient suffering unnecessarily. So yeah, that's my general pitch.
Okay, we'll get into it as we go. Thank you for being here. Next up, we have often topical. Please.
Yeah. So when it comes to Maid, I think that it's both a really simple topic and a complicated topic at the same time, in that there are two different kind of things mainly that we're talking about here. One case is we're talking about Maid in the case of, say, chronically ill patients, or terminally ill patients rather, and then the other side is chronically ill patients. I think when it comes to terminally ill patients, I think it's a fairly easy conversation to have. I think that if you know that you are going to die, the last like 6 months of your life are going to be pain, suffering, misery. I think most of us say it's probably okay to, at that point, have some sort of autonomy over how you die. When it comes to chronically ill patients, though, I think that it becomes a little bit more complex of a topic. But at the end of the day, the way that I see it is it really boils down to a bodily autonomy sort of argument. These people are not wards of the state. These people are not people who need constant caretaking from someone else because they're incapable of making their own decisions for themselves. And this is no different. You know, all of the systems that are in place are put in place so that there are many safeguards along the way. This is a long process. It is not something you just wake up and decide, okay, well, today I'm going to go kill myself, and then just go down to the doctor and they're like, yep, you got it, and get the shot ready for you right then. This is a whole long process. So I think that it's completely fine. I think that there are systems in place. I think the systems that are good, or I think that the systems are good. I think that we've seen through the data that the systems are good. And we see through the polling that largely people are in favor of these things. And so am I.
Sorry, you got me in mid-chew. Thank you for being here. We'll get into it as we go. I'm going to save my take for last here. We're going to let Sir Reddington go, or Sir Redstone, sorry. Please, give us your opening thoughts, tell people who you are, etc.
Yeah, hey, just Sir Redstone. I don't know how to describe who I am, but I would just say that I think, you know, if humans were perfect creatures, maybe something like this should be allowed. But given that, especially when it comes to people dying, to me, it just doesn't seem like we are able to sort of enact this in any sort of correct and moral way. You know, I think there's a lot of evidence to show that once people are given treatment, especially in hospice care, once they're giving pain medications, oftentimes they want to continue living. And I just don't think that something as personal as your life should be regulated or administered in any way, shape, or form by government entities that don't act in the best interest of the people. And I think we can all necessarily agree on that. But just given the fallibility of humans, I don't think we should be leaving choices like this up to human bodies and human organizations.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. We'll get into it as we go. Gang, my argument here is pretty simple. I think that when you involve the government and government entities in deciding who is worthy of life and who it's okay to kill, it creates a lot of fraught problems. One of the biggest issues is that it's always going to be cheaper for the government to kill its sick and its poor than it is to keep them alive. The slope is slippery, and we see this time and time and time again. When you make a set of a criteria where you say, under these conditions, if a person has these values, it's okay to kill them. Let's not mince words. That's what's going on here. A doctor comes and they kill you. Then that life is worth less than others. That is the normalization that you're putting on. And I think it's a terrible, terrible situation. What we need is a government who will fix your problems rather than kill you because it's cheaper. And I think that's what fundamentally Maids always ends up doing. That's my argument. Let's get into it though. For the just as a show of hands here, in Reddington, you can pipe up if you like because you don't have a hand right now. Chronic illness as a situation. Is there any condition that isn't terminal that you think is okay to get maids from? If you think there's any single one, raise your hand. So there's one person here. Anyone else? 2, 3. Okay, fair enough. What? Which ones?
I was just gonna say I don't have a list offhand, but I can say
examples. Right?
I'll start with the easy ones and then go to some of the more complex ones. The easy ones are things like dementia, Alzheimer's, stuff like that, where your mental health is degrading. It doesn't mean you're going to die. You'll survive that. But I think that as soon as those sort of things become obvious, what's the one? Is it Parkinson's as well? Stuff like that, where you're just like losing control of your body, but you're still alive. It's not going to kill you. I think it's totally fine in those cases to still say you can take autonomy over your life.
What? Hold on. Why do you need the government to do that?
You need the government to tell doctors that it's okay for them to do that. Doctors need the protections to be able to administer those things, because I would rather at least, if somebody is given I'm mixing up the words, terminal and, what is the other, that gets mixed up in my head? Chronic. If someone's given a chronic condition, or a chronic diagnosis, we don't want them going out back with a shotgun and blowing their brains out. We want this to be
it's their choice, right?
It is their choice. And I think that if you want to do that, you can do that. I think it's better if we have a system in place where someone can say, hey, this is scary, I'm afraid of this, and start talking to physicians and have these physicians know, hey, this is an option. Here are your other options as well. But this is something that you can do. And having that done under the guise of professionals, having multiple professionals weigh in on it, and give their opinion as well as assessments of it, I think is a lot better of a system than the one we have now, which is that your plan or your options are either suffer or blow your brains out.
Go ahead.
I want to side vary a little bit from that. When I say, like, when I envision this, right, the way you talk, we're asking that question just now, I pretty much caveat only mental, like degradation, where it's just like you're done, you're a shell of what you were, you're not even there anymore, really. I've watched people in my family go through that, and I'd rather die than you know suffer the mental thing. Now, I live like day-to-day life with a lot of physical pain. I have like half my body's metal now from college sports, so I'm not really sympathetic to go, oh, I hurt. Like, I'm sorry, we all hurt. That's just the price of life, right? The issue I have is when you get to this point where they're like you're mentally just not there, and it would be
their
more
lives
of
are
a
just
mercy.
worth less. Then
No, that's not where I'm going with this.
I mean,
if you're
they
meant,
are.
if you're meant,
if
just hear me
that's
out.
your take, right?
No,
because you
my-
think that they are living in such a way that it's not worth living, right? That
Well,
they should just be.
You can
They're
argue
better
that,
off dead.
sure.
They're better off
That's-
dead, right?
That might be a way to put it. Yeah, it might be a mercy in some regard because, like, I'll give you an example. My granddad, right? When he went, this guy, he went from this towering, like, kind of like, figure, life of the ranch, build a huge ranch, to like not able to speak English anymore. Just like was constantly just like shitting himself in bed, drooling, was always terrified because the Alzheimer's was so scary. He couldn't recognize everybody. He thought everybody was a demon. Like, that's horrifying. At that point, yeah, I think it would be a mercy to go and kill him, like, kill him. However, now I don't want the government doing this. I would rather them have, like, I don't know, some kind of maybe like rules or code where it's decriminalized for a doctor to assist in that, but the government's not sitting there going in there and doing it, because I think once the government gets involved, now we're terrified. We're going to end up with a man in a high castle situation where we see these people are like, oh, this guy is mentally retarded, let's just kill him, it's cheaper to do that. Or, oh, this person's got this chronic illness, it's just going to be cheaper to wipe them out because, like you were saying, it's worth less, it's cheaper, and they can justify it. That's terrifying. So I'd much rather go with like a decriminalization route on like a case-by-case basis in that regard, as opposed to like officially sanctioned.
You raised your
I
hand
agree
too,
with the
Buckaroo.
de-
I want to hear from
I
you.
do agree with the decriminalization. I guess I'm a bit confused personally because I find the government, like, depending on the level of involvement, is involved in life and death, and like, personal, something personal quite often that, just by nature of being the government. I mean, if you get married, if you kill somebody, if you are assaulted or somebody else is assaulted, these are all things that the government is involved with. So when you're talking about government involvement, I guess I am curious as to what other people are referring to. I do agree with Admiral Gibbs on the point that it should be decriminalized. I think realistically, that's the best option in my mind. But I would like to know what you guys mean when you say government involvement.
Yeah, Wick, can I clarify something? When you say
Please.
government involvement, are you talking about euthanasia or physician-assisted suicide? Because for euthanasia, I can see how the government's involved in that. But for a physician-assisted suicide, it feels like you're just allowing that to be an option. It doesn't feel like there's any action on the part of the government.
So to be clear, you are okay with the government giving license to doctors if it's in their medical opinion that this person needs to die and they claim the patient wants it as well, that you'd be okay with that?
Well, no, I'm just curious what part, where in there is the government involved? They're just
The
saying,
government permits it. It
right,
permits
but they're
it to
not
happen,
taking,
which in other
but they're not,
cases
but
it
the
would
government's not
forbid it.
taking any action to cause the death, right?
By permitting it, it enables people, like if the government suddenly decided it was okay, right? They wouldn't charge you if someone said something mean to you on Twitter that you went into their house and you killed them. If they said under these conditions we're not going to charge you, right?
So
would
does
be
anyone
permitting murder.
Though?
Does anyone remember Dr. Kevorkian?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a concern for sure.
Yeah. So it's estimated that up to 60% of the people he killed were not either terminally ill and 15 had not even complained of pain. So when you're talking about giving just carte blanche to doctors, you got to understand that human beings should not be trusted with this kind of thing, where we can say you are absolved of all liability should you decide to kill someone. The person's dead; they're not going to be able to protest.
No one's saying that.
Suggested, though? Nobody's saying.
Yeah, nobody is
suggesting
that we should do that.
Anybody under any.
But how can you create a standard?
Yeah,
how can
that's
you create
the
a
question.
standard
Well,
where someone like Dr.
Hold on, one at a time. One at a time. Finish your question. Finish your question.
So my question is those people who are saying just decriminalize it. How could you possibly create a standard to where people like Dr. Kevorkian wouldn't have just completely gotten off the hook? I mean, it seems like too large of a task to undertake.
So I'll say,
I feel like you could say that about any government choice made.
It feels like we're talking about the Nirvana fallacy here.
You could.
But
so,
if we're living within a system of government, you have to make that choice, right?
But also the things that you're concerned about, you said a lot of them didn't have terminal illnesses, a lot of them weren't chronically ill. That's just murder. No, even under the proposed law, that would just be murder.
So I think he brought up a good point, though. So I was kind of brought up the decriminalization thing, and that's why I said like a case by case, pretty like strict basis. And even then, I don't know that would be even doable, right? Like this is like maybe like it sounds good on paper, and maybe like the prosecutor sees this happen and they don't like prosecute, but like I don't know that you could codify this without enabling Dr. Kevorkian like people. Like that's the concern I would have with like even what I suggested. And I think that's a big concern, because how do you codify that without in order to stop them and allow this to happen? I don't know. I don't know if that's.
I think to answer that question, the systems that we have in place, as well as the systems that are being proposed now, a lot of them are not just one single doctor signing off on this. We're talking about multiple doctors who are independent of each other as well. And I don't know exactly, like down to the letter of the law, what it means by independent, but I know that it says that these are doctors who cannot be associated with each other. So I'm assuming it's like doctors from another practice or doctors from another hospital, another state, whatever, provenance, all of that kind of stuff. So we're talking about a system that does see that, yes, these kind of things could happen, and it's taken into account when these laws are written. This is not a system where one person makes one decision for somebody else. This is a system where a team of people come together to
Raise
make a
your
decision.
hand if you're against the death penalty.
Against it? Oh, yeah.
Okay. Why are you against the
am,
death
yeah.
penalty?
Why am I against the death penalty?
Mhm.
Because the government can make mistakes. But the difference is, nope.
That's a great
Interesting.
I know what you're about to say. So let me answer you. Let me answer you, Wick. The difference between the two is somebody who is put on death row, somebody who is given the death penalty, did not make that decision for themselves. Someone who is wrongly executed did not go to a judge and say, "Hey, please put me in the electric chair." That's a completely different thing.
But the government
On the
is
other
deciding
side,
on which people who want to die are allowed to carry out
Hey,
that
Wick,
choice.
are you
have
for
others carry out
you
that
pro?
choices.
The
Wick,
decision,
I
or
want to
is it
ask
the
you a question.
jury that's putting people to death?
Hold on, one at a time. Let's go to Buckaroo first, and you can go. Buckaroo, what was your
I just
question?
want to say, is it the government that's making the decision, or is it the jury?
Yes, the government
that's
is making the
and then
decision
the
on
government
who
that
the doctors
facilitates
are
the decision
allowed
made by this?
when someone comes to
Well,
a doctor and says,
I
"I
was
want
talking
you
about
to
the-
kill me." They are saying which criteria under that is allowed. The government
Right.
absolutely
I
is
was
involved.
I was referring to the death penalty. When you say that that's the government making that choice, it's actually like usually a jury, right? I don't know.
No, the jury doesn't
I don't know
decide the
every
penalty.
single
The
one of them, but
judge
the jury-
does.
The jury still makes a decision on whether or not they're guilty in the first place,
Sure.
and they would be notified as to whether or not death penalty was on the table. It's a possible
Yeah.
sentencing option in the first place. So they would actually be making that option, and that would be something that was reminded to them when they were making their choices. And when it comes to the eligible criteria, I did want to add, you're also required to have 2 witnesses separate from the individual doctors, or separate from the 90-day wait period, at least with regards to the Canadian Maid process. You are required to have 2 individual witnesses separate from yourself. I also think it's another one of these situations where I don't think the government knows better than the individual doctor that is treating their patient. And I think the patient also will know better about their own experiences than the state, which is why these all have to be requested. These aren't it is actually written into the criteria that you can't be
You
experiencing
see a guy
external pressure.
on a bridge about to throw himself off. Do you stop him?
Yes, but that's
because you understand that even if he wants to do it, even if he consents to it.
I recognize, along with bioethicists, that depression is something that actually changes over your lifetime, that it is something that is treatable, that there are new options for treatments of depression. And I was recently watching a discussion between a psychologist and a bioethicist, where they specifically brought up the idea of giving people ketamine treatment before actually allowing them to complete the process, just to ensure that this is not based solely on their mental state, that it's that's a long forming decision.
And I think that also, when we talk about, I mean, that's all fine with the chronic illness, but Wick, I'm curious what your objection to the terminal illness is, where the person's already going to die.
Well, it depends on how far out, and there's a slippery slope nature to this, where the MAIDs program in Canada, for example, started out initially that it was only terminal illness, and pretty much that was it. But because that was seen as ableist, that was seen as unfair and unjust, quote unquote, there were advocacy groups that pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and got the law changed to include a whole host of chronic illnesses, such as depression, such as all these other conditions, where they said, okay, now it's okay to kill these people too. And
so
I think that hold on,
and I
let
agree,
me finish. By opening the door to this, right? It naturally follows that is kind of like where it leads. And so I want to nip it in the bud. An ounce of prevention's worth a pound of cure. And
So
that
just-
is
Can
why I'm
you-
opposed to that.
Just a follow up. Do you so you're not principally against maids for terminally ill patients. You're just worried about it going further.
I think I know what you're saying, but you cut out a little bit.
Sorry.
Just there.
Yeah. It's my Wi-Fi. You're not principally against maids for terminally ill patients. You're against the
Look,
continuation of it and the
on a moral level.
Yeah.
Moral level, if you got a few weeks to live, okay, and you want to go outside and exercise your Second Amendment right, okay, I get it. I don't know if I agree with it, but I get it. And I don't know if I would judge someone too harshly for doing that. However, when we involve the government in it, things change once again, and you have different incentives. If people can simply end their lives, right, when they have a terminal diagnosis, say they get diagnosed with an illness that will kill them in 15 years, they are technically terminal.
Okay.
Well, if you want to get that technical, everybody's terminal.
No, I mean,
true.
by legal definition in Canada,
Well,
right?
Well, hang on. Wait,
not in the UK.
can you?
though.
So I just want to sanity check real quick, because you keep on talking about like killing.
Yes, it is
you're
killing.
really loading this. So I just want to know.
What do you mean loading? I'm
can
just
you?
telling you what it is.
Well, hang on.
That's
Can you
accurate.
explain? The process? Are you familiar with the process?
In
At
which
least
country?
let's go with Canada.
In Canada.
Let's go with
So
Canada.
in Canada, as I understand it, and I could be wrong, I'm not perfect on this, you go through a process where you're seen by doctors. They have to sign off on this. A psychologist has to sign off on this. You have multiple parties that have to sign on to this. That is your decision. And then once they do, they come to your home and they administer they either give you the drugs to do it yourself, give the drugs to the family to do it, or they administer it themselves. Now, funny story, they don't always get that right. And we have evidence that in several cases in Canada, the maid provider uses the wrong drugs and the family and the deceased person suffer tremendously in agony because they get the wrong ones. And these people, regulators, did not refer the case to the police. This person did not lose their license. It was just saying as an oopsie whoopsie.
I will say, so
several
I'm gonna.
cases. Do you actually have a percentage, or is
Well-
it just like, is it 5? Is it 50? Is it
Well-
1,000? How many cases actually
Well-
is that per capita?
While he
And
pulls up
per-
that case, I want to bring up something though. Like I think that, and I kind of mentioned it with when I touched on the man in the high castle like kind of scenario, right? I mentioned everybody always loves when somebody brings up the Nazis, but the Nazis did like push this medical agenda where like, hey, if you are chronically ill, we're gonna wipe you out. If you're what XYZ, we're gonna wipe you out. But we're actually seeing this in modern times with like Down syndrome. Like I think it's Greenland and Iceland. They pre-screen babies for Down syndrome, and then they abort Down syndrome babies. They're
They
not
do
giving
that
these
here
kids.
as well.
Well,
They
sure,
do that
that's
in
fair.
America.
But hear me out. It's like they're already like testing this. They're not giving this kid a chance at life. Now I get that that's abortion. It's different than assisted suicide. But I see them kind of directly relatable. How long is it before? Because these are institutions, they're corruptible. Before you get a few doctors and like that have the same ideology together, and they're like, oh, well, we're gonna just rush through approving all the people with, I don't know, blue eyes get that's a deathly condition, a terminal condition. We need to wipe them out. Like I can easily see that happen. All systems are corruptible, and once we like institutionalize this, that's where I think that we have a very real concern about what's coming down the line. Like I don't know.
So when you
Well,
talk about slippery slopes and you go into something like that, going into like, oh, well, they could decide, that now we're going to commit eugenics against people with brown eyes or green eyes, these kind of things. You're talking about a system where thousands and thousands and thousands of people would all have to be signing off on a vast conspiracy to
But it's
eradicate an
But it's already
entire.
happened.
It doesn't
you
have
have
to
bigger
work like
issues at
that.
that
That's-
point. You have bigger issues.
It's
at that
ridiculous.
point.
What do you
Yeah,
mean? I mean, the Nazis
point-
did it. So, you're saying it's ridiculous, but it's already happened at least once, and I'm arguing that it's kind of happening
I mean,
again
that wasn't
with the
that wasn't
pre-abortion,
actually
pre-screening.
done. That was not done under the same premises that
Yeah, this is once
euthanasia
again not
and
analogous.
suicide are. Like, I understand what you're saying.
It absolutely
bringing
is.
up
It's
the
part of
worry-
their major
bringing up the
program.
worry of
Hang on,
euthanasia.
Gibbs.
But I think it's extremely different when people are choosing it for themselves. They're requesting it. They're submitting a written request.
Yeah.
They have a required waiting period. There are doctors that are participated in this, like multiple different physicians as well as people in their life. There are so many different
Even giving them the option makes it so that people who would otherwise choose to live now choose to die.
I do agree. I think that is the case. That is the
And that's
nature
why I'm
of
against
something
it.
like this.
Do you
I'm
feel the
not
same way about
Wait.
abortion,
What
Wick?
do you mean about? Can you elaborate?
Well, like, so the big thing that I see, and what I kind of said in my opening as well, is I view this a whole lot more than anything else as a bodily autonomy thing, more than anything else. We've got the state saying that it is okay to, at a certain point in time, it is okay to kill what some people would say is a life. I would argue it might be, it might not be. I don't really care, especially when we're talking first trimester, especially. But that's a completely different topic. But the point is, do you view that the same way? Is it a woman's body? Is it her choice, or is this a woman's body the government's choice because it makes you uncomfortable?
So the reason that I support access to abortion is because that without access to abortion, when we put too many regulations, people end up dying. Women end up dying. They end up dying for treatable, preventable conditions. I think that by allowing women the choice and deregulating it to an extent, we actually save more lives, right? That way. Because in a case of who lives and who dies, it's a fundamentally different calculation than will this person live or die by their word. Consent. Hold on, if I may, consent isn't the biggest factor here to me, right? That makes sense.
I think one important sorry, on that point, I think one important consideration is the people who may be rejected, who choose other options to commit suicide, do actually regularly enact more trauma on the people around them. They can and do harm other people psychologically and physically at times. I don't want to get too I don't want to be too morbid with this, but there are so many ways that people have killed themselves that does hurt other people a lot
My
more
argument would
than
be
if they had access to
Hold on.
medically assisted
No,
suicide.
I
And I think in
reject
cases where
that.
people are, I think in cases where there's so much unjust suffering, like you have an issue with unjust deaths, I have an issue with unjust death and suffering.
So the problem is that I believe that the Maids issue does not take away the trauma. It simply covers it up. It puts a nice facade on it. And unfortunately, it creates this normalization of death where death needs to be messy. Suicide needs to be messy. It does. People should be shocked by it. People should be horrified by it. People should find it to be abhorrent.
You're absolutely
And when you paper over it and you put a pretty facade on it, I think it does more societal harm than any personal trauma. I think we could see this.
Suicide is something that already occurs at a certain rate amongst human beings. I think the idea that we should now traumatize even more human beings because of the suffering of one is just unfair and I think it's wrong.
Do you think that Maids doesn't traumatize the families of those who choose
not
it?
to the extent?
Do we have any data on that? I don't think we have any data to prove that one way or another.
I think that there is a huge difference between
finding your own loved one, dead, finding like a very visceral scene in front of you. I think that is very different from
I've been avoiding anecdotes on
death
this
for themselves and prepare all of their loved ones for it. Again, there is a waiting period. They do have to have people in their lives sign off on this. It's not something that is a surprise to anybody, where suicide often is.
If you have a significant other, right? And this is a problem with this line of thinking, because there are instances where knowing is even worse. If you have a significant other or a family that you love, that you care for, that you want to see them succeed in life, you know they're suffering, they announce to you, in a year's time, I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to go through Maids, right? I'm going to kill myself. The trauma of that is going to be, in many cases, far, far worse. Trying to stop them, knowing you could, maybe, there's a chance you could stop them and can talk them out of it, and then failing to do so, that's going to scar people for fucking life.
I think
No,
that's the
the
exact trauma that people have when
Absolutely
they
will.
find their loved ones after committing suicide. I think it's exactly that.
horrific.
The only difference is that in one of these cases, somebody gets to quote unquote die with dignity. They are ending their suffering, and they get to say goodbye to people. I'd say that's like one of the biggest complaints that people have about loved ones dying abruptly, is that you don't get to say goodbye.
So I actually when I gave like earlier statements, I used the example of my grandfather, and I think that I was already pretty close to your position, but I think I moved much further close to your position now. Is it should be messy, right? Like, you may not realize the trauma it causes, right? Like in the scenario, if I've always thought it would have been much easier if somebody maybe gave granddad a little bit extra morphine, or someone took a pillow in there. I think it would have been more peaceful for him. I think he would have been happy about it, sure. However, and that would have probably been greater on the little kids. That would have been good. They wouldn't have had to see granddad go crazy, and they would have been easier on his wife, my grandmother. It would have been that, yeah, easier. However, I think all you're really doing is delaying the trauma in some regards, because now you have to realize somebody killed this person because they were unable to do it, even if that was their wishes. And then now you've come to realize that somebody in your family has done this, even if it was like act of mercy. I don't know. You're just pushing the trauma down the line, and you're just sanitizing
it. If I may,
it should be something you have to confront.
There's been incidences in Maids. Let's talk about dementia for a minute, because we have examples, right? Dementia patients who, when they are of sound mind, quote unquote, choosing Maids when this condition happens, they fight the doctors who are trying to give them the lethal injection. They have to be held down and administered this dose because they don't
when
want
they're
to
of
die.
sound mind, or when they're having an episode.
They're not of sound.
No, when they're getting euthanized, it sounds like.
Yeah, when someone's not of sound mind, we shouldn't even be talking about this, obviously.
Well, no. So what I'm asking, hang on. What I'm asking here is, you said a dementia patient. Obviously, we all know that dementia patients have periods of lucidity
and non-lucid periods.
Yeah. So are you saying that these patients need to be held down when they're lucid, or when they're experiencing fits of dementia? Because there's a huge difference between the two.
But does it matter though? Because
yes, absolutely.
I'm going to tell you why.
You're talking about trauma. Imagine watching your loved one, watching doctors come in and being a child, and watching your grandma get held down. Right? They're saying, no, she's just crazy. This is actually for her own good. Don't worry, Timmy. We're gonna take good care of grandma here, and then killing her.
Kids be in the room, but also
why are the kids in there?
Wait, so I have two things. It seems like, obviously, so my position originally was that euthanasia is a no-go, probably for the reason that Wick also believes, because it feels like one way to ensure that someone really wants to die is to have them do that themselves, right? To go through the physician-assisted suicide. But Wick, I would ask you a question. Do you think all life is always better than death? Like, is life always preferable to death? Or is there a point where, maybe I'm suffering so much that it would be better for me to die? And if I can have someone give me this pill, they're not going to do it for me, but they give me this pill, I take it, and that suffering is over. If that is ever, I'm surprised you don't see that as a good thing.
You could do that with pain medication as well, right? And so, why not just
kill yourself with pain medication?
Yeah, you definitely can.
Well, no, I'm saying people who are terminally ill can be given pain medication and can live productive lives until the time of their natural death.
Definitionally, the people in the UK law cannot. They can't.
Yes. A lot of these cases are specifically for people who have gone through an extensive process of attempting other forms of treatment first.
Well, I have one real big concern in addition to this, and if you notice the countries that are doing this, they all seem to be countries with universal health care. Now I could be wrong, but it seems to be a major component of that. Okay, cool. But I think if it's not, it's a great majority of them.
States in America, to be clear.
I know we have it in multiple states here, but it seems like Canada, they're universal health care. Greenland, Iceland, I think they both have universal health care. The UK, they have a universal health care system. And the issue with that is now you've got this government entity, right? That's taxpayer funded. And they're going to sit here and at some point, there's going to be a bean counter, and they're going, hey, you know what? It might be easier just to encourage these doctors to push maids on people that might
So,
not necessarily like. You can't tell me that won't happen because it has.
I was
happened.
hoping you'd bring that up.
Sure.
I was hoping you would bring that up because that is unbelievably debunked. So right now we can see in Canada, which I think we can go with in this case because it is probably, as far as I've seen with all of the systems in place, one of the broadest ones. So where we'd see the most potential for abuse here. Within Canada's system, we see that the distribution of socioeconomic status between low SES and high SES is pretty close to 50-50. I think last I saw it was like 51-49. And on top of that, of the cases of where MAID is requested that it is denied, it is overwhelmingly low socioeconomic status people who are denied access to MAID. So this is simply not something that is happening. The government is not saying these people are a burden on us. We can kill the poor. We can kill the disabled. It's just not happening.
Well,
and I can send you the data if you'd like.
I mean, just because it's not happening now doesn't mean it won't ever happen. Is the problem?
And it's happening more than it was before.
Anything can happen ever.
I'll send
Hold on,
you.
it's happening more than it was before it was implemented. Frankly,
it's leveling out, but of course it's happening more than before it was implemented because it didn't exist.
It's like that's like saying
not
more
like
people
bad.
walk on
it is bad.
sidewalks
Okay,
ever
let
since
me give you
sidewalks
this
were
argument.
invented.
Let me give you this argument because I want to convince you. I really do. Do you guys know the regret rate of suicide? People who attempt suicide and then the recidivism rate.
Are you talking about
No.
suicide or
Yes,
physician-assisted suicide? Just
That's
for clarification.
no, they're the same thing in my mind. Let's go with suicide.
Yeah.
Well,
So
they're
talking
not
about
the same.
suicide by
People are
one
wanting to kill themselves,
individual
and so
that
they
they are
did.
doing upon themselves.
Yeah,
Well, no,
I'm
I think
so-
you and I both
method-
already
method-
understand there are different.
Yeah.
Can you
there are
answer
different
my question though?
requirements.
It's a distinction without a difference. Method
Well-
does not change the fact that you're willingly
Yep.
killing yourself.
Hey, what's
I mean,
the
But the
process?
reason,
It does distinguish.
The
might-
reason they're
No.
not answering my question, chat,
Yeah.
Also,
is
I don't
because
know.
Exactly.
the
Well,
regret
the reason
rate
I'm not answering it is because I don't think it's a
astronomical.
reasonable question. I think you actually need to pose
Overwhelmingly-
the question with
Overwhelmingly,
reasonability
people who
and
try
with,
to commit suicide and fail to commit suicide regret their choice and are glad that they failed. And they do not
People
go
who
on
were
in.
given-
They
were
don't
they
go.
given a
They
90-day
don't go
waiting
on
period?
to commit suicide
Sorry, did
again.
they get 90-day waiting
The
periods?
problem,
What's
the
the process,
problem,
Wick, for
one of
killing
the
yourself?
issues with
Sorry, did they have
physician-assisted
two
suicide
other people
is
sign off
the
on it? Did they
success
have
rate
to write
is
a
so
written letter
high.
for it? Did they have doctors that also agreed that they
None of
they
that
were
matters.
reasonable within
Well,
their choice?
Wick, here's what
I
does
think it
matter.
does matter. I
Here's
think
what
the
does
fact
matter.
that
and
that
nothing is
actually
different.
blatantly
No.
bad faith.
And
Absolutely
people
not.
that kill themselves that are not doing MAID have a life to look forward to after. These people don't have a life to look forward to after.
They
They're dying in
do!
6 months. They're dying in 6 months. The
No,
Not
okay.
all of them.
When we
Yeah,
look at
the UK
Canada's MAID,
specifically.
absolutely they are
Canada's
giving
MAID-
they're
Canada's
giving
MAID,
MAIDs to people who do
median
not
age-
have
no one on
terminal
that panel
illness.
should.
That's
No one on the
fine.
panel
That's
should be able to
fine.
say that.
The
Say what?
median age of people choosing maids in Canada is
75.
77. 75. The article I'm looking at says 77, and the vast majority, 96%, had death deemed as reasonably foreseeable because of severe conditions like cancer. So when you say that actually
4% is a
there are only
lot.
other cases.
4% of
Yeah.
the death rate of COVID was bad, and it had a death rate of like what 1.5, 2%. 4% is a lot. Like, so let's not
This-
pretend.
What's the percentage of people?
Clear, this
What's the
96%
percentage of people who get
of
seriously
people
injured on the
are-
road from driving?
Okay, but driving
That's
provides
nothing to do with
benefits
this.
that overwhelm that, and it's not necessarily.
You don't need to drive a car. You
yeah,
can be in a train.
The purpose of
It's a lot
driving
safer.
is not to die. The purpose of maids is to die.
Maybe when you're driving. Sorry.
What is even that? Maybe the purpose of
kidding, I'm
okay, if
kidding.
you want to drive death drive or whatever, remind me never to be in the car with you. But for me, I'm not. I want to get to my destination alive, and I don't want anyone to die. So
My
here's the
point
deal.
is,
Here-
we're
like,
saying
here's the
the
deal.
system has one thing,
This is a
and
problem.
you're saying that there's
This
a
is the
small
problem.
percentage
Physical-
chance that something bad happens. So
Okay.
what?
We're already working with small percentage chances because the people that are even going to use MAID by your own admission is a small percentage.
I mean, it's not that small. It was 15,000 in Canada.
Well,
last
just
year.
by
That's a
having
lot.
it.
A pretty
hold on,
small
just by having it.
percentage.
But Wick actually made a good point earlier.
Or less
made a
than
good-
5%.
But hold on,
I
Wick
haven't
made a
begun.
good-
I haven't
Less than
finished making my
5%
point. So
of
let
all
me
that.
finish making my
Yeah,
point.
go ahead.
The problem is we know we have studies on this that the regret rate for suicide is astronomical. The problem
But
with
why do they
maids,
regret it?
the
Why do they
problems with
regret it?
stop, please.
Suicide is
The problem with
something that's innately
maids,
irrational.
the problem with maids and physician-assisted death is we can't ask them whether they regret it or not because it has
Yeah,
almost a
that's what I was gonna
100%
say.
success rate.
Sure,
So we
but
don't
why-
know if these
Which is
people
why
would
it's
rather
implemented
live
like a
after
90-day
going through the
waiting
process of being killed.
Did you ask
But
somebody
we can make
before?
some inferences. We can
Yeah,
make some
hold on.
inferences
Why
based on the
not just
data,
implement
and I'm trying to
it?
use data here to drive our decisions. We can make some
you're
inferences
not.
based
No, you're
on
not.
the regret
this is
rate of those who
emotional.
commit who
This is
who
all
attempt
emotion.
suicide.
There's no data here.
What
But
are you
wait,
talking
this is
about?
the
No data.
difference.
I'm giving you sources.
Let me
Wait,
tell you why, Wick. Because here's
why
the
might
difference.
they-
If I decide, so if I decide to try to kill myself tomorrow, right? I'm not waiting 90 days to get the process to do it. I'm going down to a pawn shop or I'm going down to Walmart and buying a rope. I'm not waiting 90 days and talking to multiple people and going through multiple counseling sessions to do so. Those aren't the same things.
That's not
They're
true.
not analogous. They end the same way, sure, but that doesn't mean that they're the
Hold on.
same things.
A
The data
lot
does
of
not
people
map on
who
one to
try-
one.
A lot of people who attempt suicide, this is a process that they consider, they plan for,
Sure.
they plan out for a long period of time. They talk to people
Do they
about
talk
it.
to anybody
discuss
before they do it?
They do in a
Yeah,
lot
just
of
hear the other
cases.
requirements and options
Again,
proposed.
in the military unfortunately has a huge suicide problem,
Mhm.
suicide problem for a variety of reasons. It's beyond the scope of our discussion today. But one of the things that there are signs that they do, and this is something that you can see months to years in advance of these people who are planning these things, who are talking to their friends about these things, who are in confidence going to their friends and talking about it and things like that, right? This isn't something that for many people who attempt suicide is a split-second decision. So again, we have the
Are they
regret rates
actually
here.
taking an
We know the
exhaustive
regret
approach
rates here.
to the
Listen,
treatment
but Wick,
options?
what might be the reason that they regret attempting suicide?
What do you
What
mean?
would the
What is
reason? What
they
would the
regret?
reason be? You try to commit
There's a
suicide, it
variety
doesn't
of
work,
reasons
and then
that
you
they-
and then
they're
you
like,
what?
"Oh
You
shit,
realize
I'm
that.
glad I didn't do
what,
it."
Right.
What
Listen,
do you mean?
realize
What do you
because
mean by that?
you realize you then have some great life that you can now go out and live, and you're glad. But these people, 95% of them reported a loss of ability to engage in meaningful activities. They're not able to do anything. They are sitting in a bed waiting to die. So
Sounds like
yes,
we need to provide more access.
normal people might regret
These are
suicide
people
because they
who
have something to
exhaust
do
their access.
after. But these people,
I reject the idea that there is 15,000 people in Canada that did not have a life that was worth living.
And I don't even know, like, how
Could
are
you
we
tell me the
defining
numbers
that?
of cancer in Canada?
it's,
Could you
and
tell me
it's
the
not
rates
that
of
it's not that it's not worth
like
living.
dementia and degenerative
It's-
disease? Like
right,
when
and
you're
it's-
saying I reject that, I would love to see the numbers that you have for the disease that is rampant amongst people. I mean,
Well-
cancer is not that uncommon. Suffering is not uncommon in human beings, but the difference is that a lot of the people, or almost every single person, has tried countless different treatment plans. Like I listened to a story earlier today that was about a man who had tried every single medication that was available to him to treat his severe anxiety and depression and a couple other issues. He tried countless different medications. He even tried shock therapy, which is typically thought to be like one of the last choices in treatment. And even that wasn't helping him. So a lot of these cases are people who take an exhaustive approach to treatment. They aren't just deciding it on a whim. They aren't just, going down to the shop and buying a gun. They're people who have tried everything to live a better life. They're people who typically want to live.
And their
The
life
reason
would be
they
better
can't
had
is
they
because
if they lived it.
suffer,
It's
and
still
they're
better
Hold
than
on.
death.
No,
It's
These
still
are
better than
Jordan,
this
death.
is not
people with
always
cancer. These
no.
are people with
You can
cancer
be suffering,
and with
right.
degenerative diseases. They
You can
can't go
suffer a
outside
life.
and live happy
Yeah.
lives. There are so many people who, like, for
You're in
example,
pain.
cancer treatment leaves people with neuropathy issues. It leaves people with tons of chronic issues.
Death
I've even
leads to
personally
nothing.
met people.
It
I've
leads to
even personally met people who said they wished
Pe-
they died instead instead of seeking out cancer treatment because of how unpleasant their life is now. And I'm
But
not
the
saying
people who
I think
attempted
they
to
should
end
have
their
been
lives,
euthanized.
their regret rate is
But
far
I
higher than
am
that.
saying,
Far
You're
higher than
talking
that.
and like I
And when we
said,
give the government the
those
power to
and
decide
like
which
I
lives
said,
are
those
worth
cases,
saving and which
and
lives
like I
should just
said, those
die,
cases are
It's
often
not worth.
chosen on a whim. When you're talking about suicide attempt rates, those are usually on a whim. Those are usually during a severe depressive episode. And even if they've had suicidal ideation in their past, it's usually in a specific discrete episode that causes them to commit suicide in those moments.
Well,
so while I understand, I think there is a blatant difference between
it
people who are
absolutely is
choosing
kamikaze.
something
Sorry.
like
Just,
Maid,
yeah, kamikaze, you're
people
just
who
fucking wrong.
are approved for Maids, and people who attempt suicide as individuals.
Well, hold on. I've been sitting here thinking about this, right? And I have another anecdotal example. My mother, for example, she had a severe neurological degenerative issue. I don't know exactly the specifics, but growing up, like I would hear all the time how much pain she was in. She talked about wanting to die all the time. It was terrible. And on a whim, luckily, I don't know how it happened, that researching something else, scientists discovered basically like a cure for a thing. Now, this is a woman that would basically have probably chosen Maids, maybe not because she's like devout Christian, but like is a potential candidate for somebody that would have liked Maids. Now, because a doctor got lucky or a scientist got lucky and discovered something while researching else, she now is pain-free. Or almost pain-free, and lives a productive life. Like the amount of trauma my family would have if they realized, oh, we killed her, or she like allowed her to die, and now she could be totally 100% healthy if she had just waited a year or 2 years, is crazy. And then the other thing is, Wick said this a long time ago. This is a very good point. Is just by having the availability of Maids, then that option being available, it dramatically is going to increase suicide.
I have friends.
Choose that.
Hold on, I have
don't
friends.
need to. That's an entirely true statement.
I have friends
He's
who were
absolutely correct with that.
suicidally depressed. Had Maids been on the table, they would not be with me anymore.
But
And
it's
thank
not
God
on
it
the
Maid's
wasn't.
been
table for them.
It's outright-
It's on the table.
Thank
I
God
have
it
friends who
wasn't.
outright
They're
committed
alive
suicide.
today.
It still
If
isn't.
Maid
It
was
still isn't
available,
on
they
the
might have.
table.
I have friends who outright committed suicide. If Maids was available, they might have been pushed to exhaust other treatment options before actually committing suicide because it is a requirement. They
And
might
you're
have been pushed by their
conflating.
family members because they have to have witnesses. They might have been pushed by the long waiting period because, again, as I mentioned before, it's usually specific depressive episodes that cause people to commit suicide on a whim. It could be the doctors, because there are requirements specifically to allow this to occur. And like I said, I'm happy that there are situations like Admiral Gibbs's mother, where she was given access to healthcare that wasn't previously available, and I think that is good.
Not having Maids doesn't
do
stop
believe
anyone
that
from
there
committing
are
suicide if
cases
they
like
really,
that
really want.
that do occur, but I don't think it's fair to force people to suffer for a decade. I think this question was brought up earlier, and it's brought up by ethicists as well. How long do you expect people to suffer before you think it's okay, before you decide you're
Hold on.
comfortable with
They can
them
end their suffering
finally
at
having
any
peace?
point. What they cannot
them
do
can't.
is compel
can't.
me,
Yeah, that's true. Some
compel
of them
me
can't.
through the
muscular
government
degenerative
to
issues.
contribute
Some
to
of them
that
can't
with
do
my
it.
tax
That's
dollars.
exactly.
If I'm a
If they
paraplegic, how am I doing that?
degenerative, yes, if
You
they
can
have,
find a fucking
especially
way.
if you're
Have a
talking about
friend, phone a
degenerative-
friend.
No, you can't. If you're talking
Absolutely,
about degenerative,
they do all the
okay,
time.
First off, you bring up the conversation of trauma earlier, and now you're saying that
Murder
you want
someone?
to force these people to ask their friends, not
To
ask
murder
people
them.
who have seen death for
Rather than
years,
force
because
me to pay
doctors
for
are
that?
well acquainted with death, not
Because
people
that's the
who
options
know that
here.
this is a conscious
You're
choice,
trying to
not people
compel
who
me
are
to be
not
okay with this,
people
to
who are
pay for it, and I
comfortable.
refuse.
That's another aspect.
I'm not even saying you have to pay for it.
You
I'm
do.
just saying
If you make these a
that is
government program, I'm
that's a
paying
good
for
point.
it.
I'm not saying I didn't say this has to be a government program. You did just now. Okay,
Well,
you're
hold
talking
on.
about government involvement. No.
If it's
He
self-funded,
says government involvement, but he seems to equate any sort of legislation with an actual state like program. I think these are two very different options. Now, personally, I'm not against either, but that's not the argument I just made. So
The payment for it though is a good argument though, in my opinion. Like I'm
I
one,
think
I'm already
that's a
against
reasonable
taxes,
argument.
right? And I'm already pretty good against universal healthcare, so you're gonna win me there. Like the idea, one, that, and this is we're gonna lose a lot of conservatives here. Like if you did try to build what y'all are proposing, like the idea that, hey, one, you want me to pay taxes back. Two, you want me to pay medical costs for other people when it's like something they might actually need, and I don't have that problem. So why should I have to pay for it? That's already one argument that conservatives make. Whatever. Now you expect them to go along with, hey, now we're gonna pay to kill people, and you can argue it's MERS 4 or whatever, but they're definitely gonna riot in the streets on
Wait,
that,
Gibbs,
like
Gibbs,
metaphorically.
Gibbs,
I just
there might
I
be
don't know.
doctors
That the
that
wild
stop
is
practicing
swallow.
medicine. There
But-
might be doctors that stop practicing medicine in general just to kill people if you paid them for it.
Gibbs,
Certainly a lot
Gibbs,
easier
you
to
pay
do that.
Federal taxes? Do you pay federal taxes,
What?
Gibbs?
Yeah, we all
That's
well,
that's the
yes,
most
yeah,
ridiculous
IRS. If you're
comment
listening, yes, I pay all
I've
my
heard.
fair share of
Okay, so
taxes.
you pay money for the government to kill people already.
Sure, you're
Talk
absolutely
about a
correct. Yeah.
ridiculous
The government
argument.
Sure.
does executions.
That's
It's not ridiculous. It's
It's
accurate.
happening.
Yeah,
Hold on.
actually,
true.
I
yeah,
also
but it is
oppose the
different than
death
that.
penalty.
And it's
I
not-
think the
and
death
to be
penalty
clear,
is
it's not-
wrong.
And to
But
be
you don't
clear, it's
oppose
not
it to the
just by
point of
making
not
it
paying
not
taxes.
illegal.
You don't oppose it to the point of not paying
Certainly,
taxes.
but if I am allowed to vote on whether I want it as a government program or not, I will vote no. Same as with maids.
Well, the
Wonderful.
point I was
71% of the population disagrees with you, so I guess you lose.
I
there.
don't
Well-
care. If 71% of the population thought
If we're
rape
talking
was
about
okay,
democracy
would you
and
be
we're
for
talking
it?
about-
Yeah, no.
But
Hold on, no,
Here
off
now,
the topical.
everyone
71% of the population thinks it's okay to rape you. Are you now for it?
No, of course
I'm
not.
not.
No.
for it,
I mean,
no.
they
Okay,
don't, though.
great. We can ignore how
You know
popular
what?
or unpopular
Still
a
voting for that
position
guy,
is
in my opinion,
because it has
doesn't matter
no
there.
No,
bearing
I
on the
agree. We should
morality
ignore
of a
that.
thing.
We should ignore that.
Just a quick response to you, Mr. Rawls, was I basically am sitting here when you say that, yeah, I do agree the government, you can argue we already pay for executions, you get to argue the military would kill people.
Yeah.
The argument I was making isn't that we don't already do it, it's that now you're adding the universal healthcare aspect of this, and then you're adding this as part of it, and that's going to be a tough pill to swallow for a lot of people.
This
because
exists.
that's
This
something you would have
exists
to
in
add.
states.
Well,
It
I
exists
don't
in
know if
states
we're
in the
talking about
U.S.
it
without
being
universal
possible.
health care. So
Sure.
I don't think it's a necessary part of it. But I get what your point is. But I don't think it's a necessary part of it.
I mean, like how many states are? What states are like? Does
I
this
think
exist
10.
in? Yeah, which states are they? Do you know? Like any of them?
Oregon was the first. That's all I know.
Okay, Oregon.
If we see one sec,
If I had to
one of the
wager, I
states
assume
that
they're all
has a
very
list
far
of-
left states. Would be my guess.
Probably
Washington,
more. I
Montana,
think
Vermont,
Massachusetts.
California, Colorado, District of Columbia, Hawaii, New Jersey, Maine, New Mexico.
But what's
Yeah,
your point with that?
That's about sums up exactly what I thought with it. So like they're basically already implementing
Vermont.
this in like their versions of like under their versions of healthcare in their states, right? They're trying to like model this so that maybe the government takes it up at a higher level, and this is what they're like maybe a window into what universal healthcare would look like. And there's a reason why those states, which were all predominantly far left leaning blue states, are the ones doing this, as opposed like if you'd said like, oh, Texas, Florida, whatever was doing it, then I would have been, oh, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't
We
know.
again, we have.
don't see
Hold
that.
on, I just want to make this clear. The data supports my argument. The
Which
arguments
part?
against it are all based on emotion.
Wait, which
based.
part
So,
does the data
the
support?
regret rate for suicides, attempted suicides, that's on my side. We can look at Canada, for example, and how they implemented their MAIDs program. How last year alone, we had 428 incidences where they violated their own regulations but were not held accountable by the system. The system cannot hold. The government cannot be trusted with this kind of power. And again, it's just clear. My opponents here, you have no data to stand on this. You are just wrong.
Well, your
No.
data is just that people regret it and that sometimes it gets messed up, but sometimes stuff gets messed up all the time with medical stuff, and sometimes people regret medical stuff. I don't disagree that it's something to keep in consideration, but I don't think that's an argument against it, that people generally regret suicide. I don't see that as an
How many
argument
people-
against this specific case of a very for a very specific reason too.
How many people mess up in surgery and kill people? How many
I
people
also
die in
don't-
surgery?
I don't think like messing it
There
up
are
is
plenty of elective
necessarily-
surgeries that you can die from.
Surgery
Does that mean that
is
elective surgery
attempting
should be
to
banned?
save a life.
Nope. Elective surgeries. There are people who die from plastic surgery
It's attempting
operations.
to make someone's life better. The goal is
Attempting
not
to
to
ma-
kill them.
To end someone's suffering.
Yeah, to end their suffering. I would argue that does make their life better.
Oh my god. Are you serious right now, dude?
Hold
Wait,
on, which
this is
elective
sick.
surgery has the goal of ending the life of someone? Which one?
An elective
Say that again,
surgery
say
has
that
the
again.
possibility of killing you
A
because it can
possibility
be
is
done
not the
wrong.
goal.
That
You don't
doesn't
understand
mean
the
we
difference
ban
here.
it.
Yeah, there's a
Every
pretty
surgery
substantial
does have the
difference there.
possibility.
No,
Every single
no.
surgery.
I can
curious.
walk out
I
the
didn't get an
door and I
answer.
have the possibility of death. That does not make it
So
um
my
Yeah.
point is, your
maids or
argument. What I'm
equivalent.
saying,
I've
what I'm
gotten
saying
bear
is, your
poisoning.
argument was that sometimes it's done incorrectly, so therefore it's a bad system. So I'm saying sometimes elective surgeries are done incorrectly. They're clearly not something that's necessary, medically necessary to continue someone's life. Should they be banned because they can kill you if they're done wrong?
Absolutely not. The problem and
Yeah,
the
no.
difference is here is when it is done correctly, it is
The
still
difference is
wrong.
it doesn't make you uncomfortable. Is the difference?
What do you
No,
mean?
no, there's a pretty substantive difference.
You're
there.
uncomfortable with people killing themselves. You're uncomfortable with
Why
people
do you
taking their
think I'm
lives in their
uncomfortable?
own
Are
hands.
you uncomfortable with people killing themselves?
Am I
You should
uncomfortable
be
with people killing
uncomfortable with
themselves?
killing
I think
Yeah.
that people
A
who
10-year-old
just
gets a
decide
gun
to
and
do it
shoots
on a
himself in the
whim-
head. Does that make you uncomfortable?
Yeah, which is why I
Okay,
think we should
good,
have systems in
great.
place for people who want to do it so that we can make
Yes,
sure that it's
it
the
should.
best course of action.
10-year-olds aren't
I'm
covered under any of the
uncomfortable
maids
with-
also.
Yeah, also
Speaking
that.
of.
I'm uncomfortable with suffering, like needless suffering of anybody. I think things like like preventable suicides, I think that is a shame. I do think that people who commit individual suicide, not physician assisted suicide, but individual suicide, I do think they deserve access to healthcare, and I do think that is important. I do think the exhaustive process that's utilized with the eligibility criteria is necessary for any kind of
Well-
MAIDs situation, because they're being
Okay,
Can
let
I
me
ask
ask
a
you this.
question?
they're being
You have
pushed to
a you
try
have a
other
father.
options
You have
first.
a father of 2 children. The children's are 3 and 5 years old. Father's 35 years old. He decides and he goes through the process and he gets maids. Do you think that father is a moral person?
Yes.
Well, so the man that I was referencing
I got a
earlier,
question
the
after
man
that.
with cancer who said
One
he
that's
wished
gonna
he hadn't
die
gone through
already?
treatment, he actually is a father of 5 children, and all of his children are watching him suffer.
He's
They
failed his
experience
children. He is
neuropathy.
fundamentally
He's
a
extremely
bad person. He's
miserable.
failed his children,
He
By
hates his
and he is a
life.
bad
And
father.
countless times,
By dying?
countless times, they'll say things like, "I wish I was dead. I want to die. I hate my life. I don't like living." People who feel this way because they are experiencing the negative effects of a serious illness, or terminal illness. I think
Especially
they
terminal.
Well, hold on,
they clearly aren't happy. They clearly aren't living, like they're not skipping through fields of daisies. Their family does suffer watching them experience that, and children watching their father suffer. I couldn't imagine the pain.
Well, hold on. Well, let me ask us this then. What's the line then? Let's take that same scenario we said, except let's just tweak it slightly, right? So instead of the father, let's say it's a 10-year-old with some kind of terminal or chronic illness that's extremely
They're
painful.
not eligible for
Oh,
maids.
all right. So, yeah, is that the line? Y'all saying 18 and under? Like, y'all can't get
Yeah.
it? Or are you saying like people are like, okay,
Yes.
cool, that's fine.
18.
So, all right,
Which
let's
is why
make
we
another
keep referring
comparison
to
then.
the
So, what about
criteria.
people that are older that have
Why do-
that have power of attorney over them? Like, would this person be able to be involved in this somehow? Like, I
No.
mean, there's so many scenarios with
No.
this that I don't
No,
think y'all are
this would
factoring
not
in.
be.
These are
This
such
would not
easy
be
No,
allowed.
like
answers.
these are
I
real
have a quick
questions.
question.
Wait, because
These
it's
are
in the
scenarios.
law. It's in the
Yes.
law. It says it requires consent. You have to be over
Yeah,
18.
Again,
give cons-
The law-
originally in the
Really,
law
originally,
in
yeah, but
Canada,
yeah,
it
it
had very
changes.
strict circumstances, but because of
it's
advocacy,
just
It is
wrong.
that
still a
has
Okay,
part
been
of
then
the
if
law in
it's
Canada.
changed,
Everything that
we can
I've
be okay with the
referenced is a
first
part
part.
of current Canadian law. To be clear, everything I've referenced is current law. It is
And you can
not
believe the
what
old law
used
was
to be.
moral. You
So
can believe
everyone,
the old law was moral, and the current one is
But
immoral.
okay,
That's
so
the fine
let's give it to
position have.
Redstone. Redstone's been
I
silent
just
and he doesn't
I'm
have a camera,
curious.
so go ahead.
We seem to only so you can only be enact maids when you're 18.
Yeah, but why does that
And-
matter? I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, no, it matters. Oddly enough, because basically what people are saying when they say, "Oh no, you can only do it when you're 18," and that's kind of their call. They just before said, "I am for the elimination of suffering." So, if you're for the elimination of suffering, it shouldn't really matter the age.
Yeah, that's
right?
my
It's-
point.
it's-
Thank you.
But to make certain choices
think-
in medicine, you need to be of a certain age so that you can understand the consequences of it. That's just like
yeah,
the
but
basic
anyone who makes
principle.
a choice for suicide is making.
Yeah, there are certain
It-
things we don't
it-
let certain people do, even if maybe it would make them happier. But that's
Okay.
like we don't let
All right.
people drink when they're underage, even if they would enjoy it. It's
Right.
true.
And this is also
But
why we
you're-
have things
you're
like
not
medical
concerned with the
competency laws,
choice.
Yeah.
like medical
You're concerned with
competency in the first place.
You're concerned with alleviating suffering.
Alleviating
case-
suffering in a moral way,
is
that's
one of the things I'm
consistent with
concerned
medical
with.
ethics. Yes.
So
I'm
the
curious.
most moral way
There are
to
many things
relieve
I
the
am concerned with that are not
Yeah,
just alleviating
so but
suffering.
the most
when we're
moral way
talking about
to
medically
relieve the
assisted
suffering of someone is not
suicide
to kill
and
them.
the criteria that I have already referenced multiple
That
It
times.
is the only
are
way to
talking
relieve
about-
suffering. In
Okay,
this
Yes.
case, it's the only way
And
to
again,
Can I
relieve
say
suffering.
something? Just
It is the only way.
no.
Yeah.
Yes,
I don't know that.
definitionally in these
Or a lot
cases,
of-
it's terminal where nothing else has worked. They
Yes,
have 6
in
months
Yeah.
to
some
live,
very
and they are
rare
suffering.
that.
cases.
I don't
Yes.
buy
In
that.
some very rare cases.
It's
Yes,
in
there
the
are people-
law. I get that
there
you
are-
haven't read
Can
the
I
law,
say
but
something? Please calm down.
And there are
Well,
countless
hey, can you
people
post
who
the law in the
die
group chat?
You
waiting.
gotta let
Yeah,
Redstone
it is in
finish.
there.
You gotta
It's in
let
there.
Redstone
Medically
finish. Hold on, you gotta let
suicide.
Redstone finish. Redstone, please.
If someone is making the choice to kill themselves, that is a bad decision regardless. Because if they get treatment and help and counseling, they will make a different decision, almost certainly. Right?
That is not 100%. That is not true 100%
Yes,
of the time.
it is not.
This is why
That
there
doesn't
are
matter. It
things
doesn't
like the
matter.
criteria we are
That's why I'm opposed to the death
because
penalty
they
because I do
take
not
an
want one single
exhaustive
innocent person to be
approach.
killed.
these people
Right?
I'm
get their
curious.
exhaustive approach to treatment. It
No,
seems like you
we
guys
should
just
be giving
genuinely
them
don't
the
know what
best
the criteria
treatment.
are for any of
Hey.
these things. There is an exhaustive approach.
I'm saying
They
there
have
is no criteria where is it
different
acceptable to end someone's life, right? There is
Real quick,
no criteria whatsoever.
question.
You cannot improve well-being by ending well-being. It is just
I got a
impossible.
question for.
You cannot
I
improve
got a
someone's
question
life by
for
ending their life.
Sir Redstone, Wick, and Gibbs. All of you guys. Are you guys opposed to DNRs, or do you think DNRs
I think
are okay?
there is a huge issue with
question.
DNRs in Canada and in America. So, for example, a lot of times when an
Yeah.
older patient goes in and they go through surgery, they are encouraged to get a DNR in Canada. That's horrific.
So, do you think that DNRs should become? Are you? I'm just trying to figure out.
There
so
are
should
there are
DNRs be
scenarios where
completely
I think
banned?
DNRs are
DNRs are
okay. So,
also
for example, if
often
you're
not
being
followed in the first
if you're being
place.
kept alive by machines, for example, if you are in a situation where you cannot breathe on your own, you cannot survive on your
Possibility
own.
you could come back, maybe.
Again, it's a
Why would we?
complicated
Why would
situation.
we
What
do
if
it the
in 5
The
minutes
finale?
difference
they
here
make
is
it
your body
possible for you
cannot
to
sustain your
breathe?
own life.
Yeah.
Well, that's the difference here. There is a difference between allowing someone to die and killing someone who would not die unless you.
And allowing somebody to choose to
Assisted
die.
suicide is allowing somebody to die.
No, assisted
If
suicide
I give you a pill
is
and you
killing
take it,
someone.
no, if I give you a pill
Because
and you take
without
it,
the
I
pill,
have not killed
without
you.
the pill, would they die?
They took the pill though. So
By
how am I
that-
killing them?
By that logic,
give you-
every
if I
single
give you a
scale
pill
of anything
and you take it,
is-
That's not killing you.
So
Every
You can
my
bartender
choose
part
is
to
a
take it or
murderer.
not to
If
take
I
it.
give you a
If
gun and
somebody
you use
goes
it to shoot
Lowe's
yourself, there
and they
is
buy a
problems there.
rope, is the
There's
cashier
problem, but
the
you haven't
person who
killed
killed them?
Do they know that? Does the
killed them.
cashier know that that person's going to go hang themselves?
Yeah,
I don't think they're
let's
the
say
person
they
who
go,
killed them, but they
yeah,
are
I'm
morally
feeling kind of
responsible
bad
for that.
today.
Yes.
I think I'm gonna kill myself.
If I
Okay,
knew,
because
if I knew that
a
you were
killer?
going to
You're
hang
removing-
yourself
You're
with a
removing
rope, and I
agency
gave
from
you
the
a
patient.
rope, then yes, I would be culpable for that. There would be
Not
some
legally,
moral responsibility. for
Legally,
that.
you definitely wouldn't be. Morally, it's very
Hold on.
debatable. You're
You know
removing
someone's
complete
going to go
agency.
hang themselves, so you get them a rope to do it. You don't think you have any moral
If you
culpability
sell
there?
somebody a rope and they say, "I'm going to hang myself with this," you're not liable for murder. Of course not, because you're removing agency from the patient. They have
On
the
top of
choice.
that,
You're
that's-
giving them something, and they have a choice to either take it or not take it, which is why it's preferable to euthanasia, because you know that the person is doing what they want. So that's why I'm against euthanasia
With,
and not
again,
against
if you
physician
watch
assisted
some, if
suicide.
you are again, if you are there and you see someone wanting to jump from a bridge and they're about to jump from the bridge, do you stop them or do you let them
Probably
jump?
say you
It's
should
a
take an
different
exhaustive approach
situation.
to your
No, it is
medical. You should
not.
take an
It
exhaustive
is.
This is what I
approach
want to
to
get
medically
across to you
talk
guys.
to them?
There is
No.
no fundamental distinction between these scenarios.
There
You
quite
would
literally
all
is.
Oh
on
my
your
God.
logic,
Everything
here,
is the same.
let them
fundamental
jump. It's their
distinction.
choice. They're consenting to it. Bodily autonomy. Let them do it. Whereas
Everything
would
is the same.
stop
Nothing is
them.
different.
Not bodily. What?
It's what he's saying. Is everything is the same.
Oh,
Nothing
yeah,
is
right.
different. Everything
It
is exactly the
different.
same.
You
There's
have
no difference between
information.
driving
You
a
have a
car and
medical
riding in an
degree.
airplane.
You
They're
have
all the same.
assessments. The person wants to do it, and they're requesting that someone help them do it. It is different. You've talked to them. They've talked to 2 doctors. A judge has looked at them to make
two
sure
whole
that
doctors. Oh my goodness, that's so many.
extensively
for
doctors that
90
they have
days.
had for at least 12 months, which is in the law. Doctors that they've had for at least 12
Again,
months.
none of this changes the fundamental question at hand. Just because it takes
Okay,
them
wait.
longer to jump.
Answer a fundamental question then. Is it always preferable to live than die?
In most cases, yes. Not all cases.
Is it always? Okay, so there's some conceivable state where your life is so much suffering that it would be preferable to die.
Well, it wouldn't be suffering that would be the issue here. Like, so for example, if
What would
I'm
be the issue?
in, if I'm a soldier and I have special knowledge that I know if it gets into the hands of the enemy, that the enemy will use it to kill thousands of people, and they capture me, then there's an argument to be made. I don't know
Okay,
what I
so
would choose
can I
here.
give you a
But have you
that,
guys
hypothetical?
okay,
called
it's
Trump
better
on
that
your
I
family?
die.
Let me give you a hypothetical. If
Then
you
they torture it
say
out
you're
of me.
born,
Oh.
Uh-oh.
born,
They
and
got him.
all you
You're
live
roboting.
through.
You wrote
Oh,
like
I
Say
think
you're
I know.
born.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Say you're born and all you live, like your whole life, is just suffering. Right? You're being tortured, etc., etc. That life might be less preferable than death. You would agree with that?
I can imagine a sci-fi kind of scenario where that would be the
So
case.
yes, you would agree.
Or could you
Yes,
imagine?
you
Could you
agree.
imagine that some person might? Maybe you don't believe that that's preferable, but you can imagine someone who does believe that death would be preferable to immense
I
suffering.
can imagine a lot of things, sure.
Okay. And do you think that anybody that is living right now has that experience?
Hold on, what?
Do you think anyone right now that's like in a hospital, they're suffering all the time? Do you
I think there's a
any
lot
of those
people who
people?
think that they want that their life would be better, that want to die. Yes, I think that there
So
are people
who are
who want
you
to
to
die.
then say that for them it is better to live than to endure suffering to no end, basically, or at least an unforeseeable end?
What I am against,
I am not going to
hold-
make
if I
some.
may,
I'm not
if
going
I
to make
may,
a
if I may,
moral.
if I may, please. I am against being compelled to participate in their decision.
You are not.
Yes, I
participating in
am.
their
When you
decision.
make it
How?
a government program or when you decriminalize
Okay, so if it's a
you are
private
compelling
program, are you
me
okay with it?
to participate in their decision. I'm
Okay,
not okay
it's in
with
the U.S.
it,
It's private.
but I can't
you
stop
agree
them
with
if
it.
they want to take matters into their own hands. I can't
Wait,
stop them.
If it's in the U.S. and it's private healthcare, you're okay with it then?
No.
Okay, well, I thought the issue was that you don't want to be a part of it.
Or that the government
there
is
becomes
making that
another
decision.
issue when you monetize it. Suddenly we have introduced a new variable, which makes, oh my God, killing for profit is something I'm
Which is
against.
going to make me more money? Which is going to make me more money? 20 years of chemotherapy for somebody, or 5 minutes of an injection?
Depends
If
on
I'm a
it's
business, which
about
one do I
volume,
prefer?
baby.
Well,
Like how many
Yeah,
people
which-
can you
which patient do I
how
prefer?
many people can you keep
To
on
be clear,
chemotherapy versus
just
how
answer
many
the
people
question.
can you churn through?
this would be a year and 3 months of treatment versus 20 years of chemotherapy if we're trying to be real.
Yeah, can you just answer which one is more profitable?
How much is the chemotherapy and how much do you get paid per death?
Let's say they cost the same. Let's say actually no, you know
same.
what? I'll say
Chemotherapy's
This is kind of
extremely
but
expensive.
why are we doing this hypothetical anyway?
I
say-
don't know
let's
why
say
they're
you
doing
just
this
hypothetical.
hypothetical.
you would have to make, what is it? I'm bad at quick math, at least 15 times as much money from killing somebody as you would make from giving them
Again, it's
chemo treatment if it's
volume.
going a year to 20
You're
years.
ignoring a lot of variables here, right? Like you only have so much equipment to give the chemotherapy.
it's
You only have so much
nuanced,
supply of
yeah.
drugs, whereas killing them is a lot quicker, and you could do more of it.
Well, there's only so many people to kill that have terminal
so
illnesses.
time does play a part.
There's only so many people with terminal illnesses that you can kill.
No, Johnny,
Again,
you can kill everybody
go
if
back
money's
to the-
involved. Suddenly, every single
to go back
person
to
is
the
going to
reason
die.
We're talking about this. Johnny Rawls asked me a hypothetical. He said, would you be okay with it in a private system?" And the answer is no, but it's for different
No,
reasons.
That's
I think
totally
that's
fair.
That's fine.
But I'm struggling. It feels like you don't have a moral objection to it. You have a moral objection to participating in it.
I
Is
have
that
a
correct?
moral objection to suicide, but I recognize the reality that I cannot physically stop everyone who wants to do it from doing it.
So
However, what
what's
I
your
can
objection to
do
suicide?
is
What's
put
your objection to
obstacles.
suicide? What's the objection to
What's the
suicide? Because I
objection
don't
to
think that's
suicide?
I
Because
haven't gotten
I
that clearly.
value life. I think suicide is the easy way out. It's a cheap way out. It traumatizes everyone around you. If you have anyone in your life, as I do, who have committed suicide, it scars you for years
Sure.
and years. Maids
So
does
it's
not
a
make that
utilitarian
better.
argument.
That doesn't stop it. There is a morality behind it, but I'm not making that argument because none of you are.
Well,
Yeah,
Wick, the
I
morality behind it
didn't
is
hear that
is
argument,
that
to be clear, but
is well-being is better than no well-being, right? If you kill someone, you eliminate their well-being entirely by definition. And so you cannot, by killing someone, improve their well-being. It just isn't
These
possible.
people
Define
don't
well-being.
have
I mean, I
well-being.
think I just disagree fundamentally there.
Well,
Yeah.
You can
if there's no
conceive of a
being,
life
there's
that
no
is
well-being.
true, but
You
you
know
can
what I'm saying?
conceive of a life where suffering is so immense that it would be preferable to
as
not
long
be
as
a
you
part of it. I just
live,
don't
there
agree.
is a
That
chance for an end
preference
to
is that's
suffering.
your
Hold on,
preference, not the person
let
that
me
you're
make this.
talking
Yes.
about.
Let me
Yeah,
say this.
that's
why
who's
As
making
long
the
as you
decision.
live, there is the opportunity and chance and possibility that your suffering will end. As soon
True.
as you die, there is no
Well-
chance of you experiencing any joy. There is no chance of you experiencing any goodness. There's no chance of you experiencing anything at all. It's zero. We cannot resurrect
That's to
people.
assume.
right?
That's to
But it's
assume
not-
that
we're
there
not
is
forcing this
goodness
onto
or
people.
joy in the future.
Do you
of
not
the
understand the
lives
concept
these
of
people
Also a
live.
great
Again,
incentives?
so
right?
many of them are terminal. So many of them,
Right.
again, like 96% of them are going to die in the foreseeable future. They are suffering now. They
Well-
do not think there is happiness in their future.
And why
they've
shouldn't that
already
be an
been told
individual
when there's an
calculation?
end date to that.
Yeah,
Well, I
why
think
shouldn't
that
that be an
way
individual
sometimes.
calculation where I say, hey, for me, this is more valuable? I just don't get that.
Let me-
Take matters in your own hands. You're a big boy, okay?
Well,
That's what this is. That's
let
what
me
this
ask
is.
this. So would y'all? I know y'all are all pretty pro the maids here. Would y'all be willing to, like, I don't know, change the idea a little bit instead of like maids? What if we? I know the technology's not there yet, but let's just say hypothetically, you couldn't sign up for maids, but you could sign up for being chronological, like being frozen until like a cure for your disorder. Would y'all be more in favor of that? Because I know that I would be
Yeah.
more willing to consider something
Yeah.
like that
Yeah, yeah,
than I
yeah.
would be to do maids, because at least at this point there's an idea that these people can come back, they can live like productive lives, etc. But instead, it seems like we're fast tracking maids instead of working on, like, I don't know, human suspension
Of
tech.
course,
I don't
the
really know where to put
incentives
it
for the
at.
government
I-
totally
so a
change
part of
That's
entirely,
me-
definitely
right?
preferable.
Instead of
I do
working
agree. Totally
to cure
changes
these
the stuff.
conditions, you're
Yeah.
instead less incentivized to it because there's less people, quote unquote, suffering because of these
Okay,
things.
Yeah,
I
there's a
do-
new
I will note-
industry for all this maid stuff, like now, like the
I will
pods. Now
note-
there's an industry for that. There's an industry for all these drugs that are going to be
Well,
used to kill people.
do have
Like
to
that's
say
something
that-
y'all should be concerned about. Because I, as a capitalist, know, hey, if all of a sudden now we can do maids everywhere, I mean, as evil as this sounds or bad as it sounds, you know, I like money. I can see others investing in that, and some of those people aren't going to be like the most scrupulous people. And there's so many ways this can go wrong.
I will say there are serious issues with cryogenic freezing. It actually is like a really, if we're looking at
So I
it
said
realistically,
suspension tech.
it's
I
like
don't know.
yeah. So there aren't any viable options that aren't seemingly scams that are used just in the same way that you guys are saying maids would be like a privatized maids thing would be used. But I do absolutely agree. If there was a way, if you could, forget any of the flaws of it, if you could, suspend somebody's life and allow them the option to, wait until there is viable treatment, I absolutely think that would be a reasonable choice. I think
Yeah,
Would
that-
you
any
hold
of
on
us
in that
want
case?
people to
In that
die,
hypothetical,
right?
and it's sci-fi to be clear, because it's
like I said,
years
Right.
and years and
Right.
decades away
it's
of being
the
real.
lack of
Sure.
suffering
Would
that
you
matters
be
to me.
okay
It's that
with
people-
Right.
outlawing maids in that case?
If we lived in a world where
Yeah,
hypothetically we
probably.
basically could cure any disease or
Over
any
time,
kind of
no.
mental
Where
ailment,
no, hold on.
Freeze them
Where
and
we
kill.
had
Freeze them and
suspension
kill.
tech, where instead
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
dying, you could
well,
suspend.
that's assuming. So basically, if you could
Again, it's
suspend somebody
sci-fi,
until
right?
Yeah,
But
yeah,
just for
yeah.
the sake of discussion,
In this hypothetical, we're saying you can suspend somebody indefinitely until a cure for whatever their ailment. Then basically, we're saying we live in a world. This hypothetical, we're living in a world where cures for every single ailment basically
It's
theoretically
possible,
exists.
like,
In that case, yeah,
might not
obviously.
exist for years and years and decades.
Right.
And
Yeah,
Or
but
they're
they don't care because
indefinitely
it's
suspended.
a blink
Yeah.
for them. So yeah, obviously,
Definitely preferable, yeah.
that's easy.
and you would outlaw maids.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. What is your limiting factor here, right? Like, so, Do you allow an 18-year-old to get maids?
I actually don't know if I would outlaw maids in that scenario either.
Okay, why not?
Interesting. Yeah, I'm
But
curious.
literally, it's only on the points of personal autonomy of like let's say there is somebody who is suffering in the moment and they say, I don't want to be frozen for like 20 years. That's just a point of personal autonomy at that point. But I could understand.
Why do you need the government to help you die? Or physicians
Well, that's what
to
I'm
help you
saying.
die?
Like I could understand not wanting it to be a part of any government program. I could also understand the complaints that people would have with doctors, but like personally, I would be curious about the like personal autonomy. That's just I don't want to say outright that I would outlaw maids because I think
Well,
there
the
is a question
personal
of personal
autonomy.
autonomy.
Do you let
that's a
someone
part of the
sell
conversation.
their organs? If
Yes.
someone you are okay with
Yes.
that. You're okay with legalizing
Well,
the selling of organs.
I'm in.
Well, no. Okay. In the same way that I think maids
They're
is
consenting to it. It's their
reasonable,
organs, right? It's
I
their body,
think.
their
Well,
choice.
let me finish.
Yeah.
Yes, I do agree. In the same way that maids has a bunch of criteria, I think if there were a ton of criteria surrounding it, and we had, what my issue with maids in Canada is that there isn't like a proper support system for the people that are choosing it because maybe poverty plays a part, loneliness plays a part. So I do think those are worthwhile criticisms, and those were actually my number one criticisms going into it until I learned more about the criteria and the percentage of like people choosing it. But I think if there was like an established system where, every citizen was adequately supported and you weren't selling like a vital organ, bro, I don't give a fuck what you do with your own body at the end of the day. I think that's fine. In the same way that people donate organs by choice.
Okay. So
And people sell their blood. Side note, people sell plasma for money.
yes, and
They
there
do.
is issues with
It's a
that.
great
or
way to
less
make
issues
money.
because blood is like
Is
if you sell your organs,
is
you're not getting
regenerative,
it back. Whereas
yes.
blood, your
Yeah.
body
That's why
produces
that is why I
right?
said it would have to be a non-vital
There-
organ.
yeah, there's a
like if they were like, I'm gonna sell my heart, I'd be like, bro, bad
There-
idea. But
yeah,
if it
there's
was like their
a
spleen,
fundamental
bro,
difference.
you can
spleens
survive
don't
without-
regenerate either, but
Well, no, I'm
Mhm.
talking about at least on the point of like survivability without
mean,
it,
if you-
as long as you're not
so
like
if you
costing
don't have a
money
spleen, you
to
need
the
to take
general
actually
public.
quite a bit of meds. So I don't think there's really any organ we can do without.
Well, that's why I
can
said
people donate a
survivability,
kidney?
and I
I
didn't
think you can
say-
donate a kidney, right? Like
You
you can.
can't
Yes, you
donate a
can
kidney.
donate, but there's
Yeah,
a
no, I'm just
problem
saying,
when you
I'm
got
just
to
saying. Yeah, yeah.
selling it, which
Yeah,
creates
Again,
perverse
I'm
incentives.
just saying,
all
in a
around,
hypothetical
right? We
world,
can
Is there
recognize
no
in a
this.
perverse
hypothetical world where everybody is actually like economically safe, there isn't like endless poverty
Okay, sure. If we
and
if we
suffering from the
exist in a
people,
world where
then
we end poverty entirely, maybe you'll have a point.
scarcity.
Okay, well we
that's
can
what
Well,
I'm saying,
revisit.
bro. That's what I'm saying. In
Okay.
that
Well,
world,
I would say
sell your spleen, go for it, bro. Who cares?
even in the world that we have today, I would argue that selling non-vital organs is if there obviously there'd have to be a system in place. But that being said, if a system was put in place to make sure that there were not like coercive elements here, I mean, I don't see it any differently than donating your organs. We can all conceive of what is that? Gosh, I forget that movie. It's got like I think Cameron Diaz is in it. She's the mom,
Gattaca?
and they have like two kids,
no.
and one of their kids is dying. And
My Sister's Keeper. I've read that
Yes,
book.
My
too.
Sister's
It's
Keeper.
Insane. Oh my god. Okay.
the book is a lot better than the movie, by the way,
Don't get me
folks. Go read the
started on
book.
that,
Don't watch
but
the
that
movie.
actually is a whole. It's a whole story on personal autonomy.
Yeah, so,
but
like,
it is,
but that-
it is a
there's-
book I
there's-
read in high school. So,
But so the point is the point that I'm making is we can conceive that there can be perverse incentives to organ donation right now. That does not mean that we should do away with the system. It needs to
Wouldn't
be
you say
there.
that?
Hold
Wouldn't
on,
you say that
hold on.
money is like inherently coercive? Like if you're getting paid to give away body parts, I feel like that's different than like
yes.
obviously there are cases. I think that's the
Right.
one where like the parents want them to give it to
Hold
the
on,
sister.
hold
but-
on, hold on. I got to get in here. Listen, I am the most ultra capitalist person I know. I'm all about spending money, and like nine times out of 10, maybe even more, I would generally be like, yeah, if you want to make money selling your body, doing like whatever, that's fine. You want to do whatever. But we're talking about selling organs like that. This is literal, and then insanity. Not only that, y'all want to say talk about level selling organs. Y'all want to add governmental oversight and an interaction in, frankly, what's the word, sanctioning this idea, like that is insanity. Like you're literally going to have organ farms. Like this is just like this is the, I don't know, Soylent Green next. I don't fucking know. But this is terrifying. If you've ever read sci-fi, you don't want any of this to happen that you're proposing.
I feel like every single time that
I'm
you
talking
have
on-
That's like, honestly, if I'm sitting here saying, "Hey guys, we shouldn't be selling organs," y'all should all be concerned because, like, dear God, I can't believe I'm the one saying we got to put a stop on this because this
in
is
my
scary
mind,
To be
shit.
clear,
it's not far off from like the other ways in which people have like lifelong degenerative illnesses due to their labor. Like my mother, for example, has degenerative disc disease because she was in the Navy. She worked a job, she hurt her back. Now she has permanent suffering because of it.
There is a risk with
And
that with any
there
kind
are
of
so
heavy
many ways.
labor.
There are
but
so many ways. No. Let me finish. There are so many ways that you can have long-lasting physical manifestations of your like hard labor, for example, which is done for money, for economic reasons. So I do think there are like I don't think it's actually that black and white. But again,
Yeah, it's pretty black and white. I
hold
don't know.
on.
It's totally
Here's-
different
I
than
want
like,
to
hey,
explain the
somebody
I
difference
selling
think
because I
that's
think
candy,
it's
very
hey.
important to explain
I think
the
it is a
difference
little
here.
different,
I
but
think
I
it's,
think
it's
there
important to explain the difference to people. Yes, in
Yes,
hard labor, such as in the military or in other jobs, there is an inherent risk. It's a risk to your body. You might have conditions that
you might die
generate. Yeah, you might die. You
for
might
your
get.
job,
You might get
which happens all the
degenerative
time.
conditions due to your job, due to the work. But the difference here is that when you sell your organs, there are things that will and have a much, much higher chance. Risk factor and the percentage of risk is at play here, right? We have a percentage of risk in the military, but I know plenty of people in the military who, me, for example, I served 6 years in the military. I got nothing wrong with me, right? I don't have
Right.
any, I have 0%
Well,
disability.
debatable.
Yeah.
No, I'm just
Oh,
kidding.
okay, yeah, sure. I have nothing wrong with me. I get it. Yeah, I get it. But like, I got through unscathed. I'm fine, right? Other people served and they have issues, right? But not everyone has issues. If you sell your spleen,
True.
you got issues,
Yeah.
100%.
True.
So, can you?
I
Can
do
someone
agree
tell
with
me?
that, but I think there are tons of I still think there are tons of jobs where people take on like knowingly take on lifelong chronic issues that for money or for their job specifically. So I don't think there's any difference, and I think, or I do think there is a difference. Sorry, I don't think there is enough of a difference to say that I'm absolutely out of my mind crazy for thinking that in
Here,
like
let
a
me try
perfect
this.
world,
Let me bring it back to
somebody
the
could sell
Maids
a
thing for a
spleen.
minute. Let me take the Maids
Yes.
thing.
Sorry.
Let me just ask you this question, right? Can someone under severe amounts of pain consent?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't think.
Yeah.
Could they consent to signing
There-
a contract?
Probably.
there
Yeah.
are there are specifically like ethics.
Why would are you like referencing
ethics
something though?
surrounding consent.
Someone-
There are ethics surrounding medical consent.
That
laws that
justifies
talk about,
torture.
like your
That
capacity, your state of
justifies it,
mind.
but
Wait,
I mean, you could be tortured in pain, in duress.
okay, but
and-
can you
and sign a
consent to
contract.
can you consent to surgery when you're in extreme pain? Of course you can. So like you would be able to consent to Maid also. At least that's my perspective. I don't know.
Yes. I agree.
Yeah, I
It
would
seems
agree
like
with that.
though we allow medical consent when people are in pain.
And on top
Wait.
of that, I'd imagine the amount
Some.
of time and
Some not.
that goes into consenting to
maybe.
surgery.
Well, no, pain alone, we do accept consent. If you're talking about other things that also come into play for those individuals, then maybe. But if it's just pain alone, that's not enough for like any hospital to say you can't consent, because then how would a hospital run? You have a broken arm. Sorry, we can't do anything about it. Your arm hurts.
We do have limits on what we can provide people who are in pain. However, look at opioids
Yeah.
in the United
True.
So
States.
I want to say
That's
that
based on their
different from-
health. That's
but
based on their health.
That's not the
no,
same
it's
as
not based
saying
on their
that they
health.
are
It's based on a lot of
incapable.
things.
No, opioid. How much you can
But that's
prescribe
not
someone
the
I'm-
same
opioids
as
is
saying
My mom
they're
went through this.
incapable of consenting because
know
they're
it.
in
I know it very well. My mom also has congenitive disc dysplasia, and because of the opioid epidemic in this country, now doctors are pulling back and they're not giving pain meds when they need.
Yeah.
Because
So
there's a health concern.
my mom has no. There's no health concern.
Well,
right?
the risk of addiction is a health concern.
That's
It's
that's
partially
not
risk
how.
of
That's
addiction.
not.
It's also because
She's in chronic pain. You know, people are fine with people killing themselves if they're in chronic pain, but not getting addicted to opioid medication seems a little strange to me. But she's in chronic pain. She's not thinking rational, and she does talk about killing herself. And she says it would just be easier if I killed myself. It would be easier on all of you. It'd be easier on me. And so because she's not getting the treatment she needs, because our medical system is so broken, and she is her only resort is now to wanting to kill herself. And so we are going full throttle into Maids because we are not doing the legwork of getting people the help they need, right? People need pain medication. When people go into hospice and they get the pain medication they need, they often want to continue living. Because we're not.
To be clear, the majority of the people that seek out Maids are already in palliative care. 90, like I'm looking at something right now, 90% of people euthanized suffer from cancer, nervous system problems, cardiovascular illnesses, lung disease, or a combination of illnesses. This is based on the Netherlands specifically. So I do agree there needs to be adequate access to healthcare. I don't think Maid should be offered in place of healthcare. I think that is an injustice.
But we're not in a place in society where that can happen.
It is happening.
Yes, I would say
No,
this does happen for some
Maid
people,
is what's coming first.
especially in countries where you have to pay a lot of money specifically to access things like Maids. In Switzerland and the Netherlands, you have to pay thousands of dollars just to access these treatments. So it isn't something that's that's being offered across the board just to people who don't have access to healthcare. But this is also, again, why I think it's important to have the criteria of the exhaustive treatment options. I think if there's enough money to go into something like Maids, there should be enough money to go into offering adequate healthcare. And I do agree that that is something that should be met before we start, rolling out the suicide booths. That being said, the majority of the people who use Maids, the majority of the people who use other things like Maids, are not doing so just because they're impoverished or they don't have access to healthcare. They're doing so with access to healthcare, but because they are dying and suffering. So I agree, but I just don't think that's the reality for the majority of the people that are seeking out this option.
What percentage would it have to be for you to have concern? That they're not terminal, they are chronic, or they don't have cancer or anything like that, but they have some kind of chronic degenerative thing. What percentage that take Maid would it have to be for you to be like, wait a second, maybe something's wrong here? So 15% isn't enough, right? How much would it have to be?
I just want to clarify my position. I was only okay with Maids in the case of terminal patients. I think that it's wrong.
But in Canada,
for
Maids
chronic.
is just for
and I'm
right?
definitely against that. I really like the UK one where it specifies that it's for terminal only. So that's my position, but I know other people have different answers.
But the people who it is not, who are okay with the chronic thing. Well, again, what's the percentage here that you'd be like, okay, this is a little much. We need to really pull back on this.
I'll say for me, there isn't a percentage because I am okay with it.
So 100%.
So I don't.
Of the cases.
100%. If it's if it's
terminal,
hypothetically 100% of people
to kill themselves because they got some chronic illness.
100%, sure.
Okay.
What about mental health?
I'm okay with it. I'm not
in chronic.
Yeah, I'm okay with it not because it happens sometimes. I'm okay with it because I'm okay with it morally. So it doesn't matter if it's 100% of cases or 0.001% of cases. I'm okay with it morally, then I'm okay with it morally.
Okay.
So your position is just that, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I do agree. I'm okay with it morally, but personally, I would question if there were numbers that were like,
I could say,
question if something was going on. I agree though. I imagine that's probably your position as well. As a person, I would question if there were
it's obviously a fantastical hypothetical.
If it wasn't 80% or more, or maybe 75, even that seems a little low. Like 80% or more are actually in palliative care, then I would say I would have cause for concern. But morally, I do think it is okay for chronic illnesses if they are meeting the criteria, because I think it's really easy to understand going through so much pain. I mean, maybe not for Admiral Gibbs. I remember you were talking earlier, pain specifically isn't like a good reason on its own, because everybody experiences pain. But at least personally, I think it's really easy for people to discount psychological suffering because it's something that a lot of people just can't wrap their minds around. The idea of psychological suffering to the extent that you want to end your life, or furthermore, to the extent that it is the most effective or like reasonable option in life to choose that. But I also think there are cases where people are in mental anguish. They have sought out countless forms of treatment. They've sought out the most aggressive forms of treatment, and they still are like extremely unhappy to an extent that they can't live a day-to-day life. They can't participate in fulfilling in anything that fulfills them. Then I would say that is still suffering. I do think that is wrong to force somebody to go through. But again, I do think there has to be a strong amount. I do believe in the criteria. I don't think you should just be able to like go to the, call up your doctor, say I'm ready to die, and then they like drive up to your house and kill you tomorrow.
It seems like we're tacitly calling the lives of disabled and chronically ill people
No.
Absolutely.
undignified or
100%.
unworth living.
100%.
No.
That's
That's
the
exactly what it
No.
sounds like.
No.
You use the same
No.
language
Somebody
over and
just
over
hear
How you
again.
want people who
These
are
people aren't
undergoing
going to
chronic
live
conditions
fulfilling
to die
lives.
because
Might as well just off them.
These people
They're
need to have their
actually
hands
not.
held.
They're not going to live any life. It's not about living a fulfilling life. It's about living any life. And to
you're
the point,
arguing
like,
a different
even in
position
Canada,
than
no.
often topical and
I'll take it.
No,
things.
he's
And you are
Listen,
you are
and
arguing
even
a
in
different
Canada,
position. So keep in mind when we're making
Yeah.
certain statements,
Well,
it might not necessarily
to be
be towards your
clear,
position,
when he
but
says
instead
they're
towards
not
theirs.
they're not
But-
living any life, I agree. I just think
Yeah.
that also applies to psychological cases. That's
And even-
the difference between his and mine perspective. That I think
right,
that's
but even in Canada, where both are allowed, 96% of the people are terminal, and 4% are chronic without terminal. So even in Canada, where both are allowed, the vast majority don't have a foreseeable future. So that's why I hopped in. But
Okay, in those
to
cases
add
of
on,
terminal,
it seems-
how
I was
long
reading
is
a
the terminal thing? Like, are
okay,
we
I can
talking a
answer that.
year?
So in the
Are we talking
UK,
20
in the
years?
UK,
I'm not
they
talking. You
defined
said
it as,
Canada.
No,
Let's use
I know.
Canada.
I'll give you the UK and then I'll talk about Canada. So in the UK, it's 6 months and before. In Canada, I'm not actually sure, but I'll find it. But it's gonna take a second. So someone else can go.
Like,
Yeah,
excuse
so
my language here,
I
but you're in a fucking
personally-
death cult.
No,
You're in a fucking
the
death
UK
cult.
is 6 months. 6 months you have to live. It's your death is highly likely within 6 months. That's not a death cult. You're already dying.
I personally, like, I experience mental illness. I have chronic pain. I don't think it's an undignified life to live. The way I'm talking about it, I'm trying to reference the individual perspective that the patients have on their own lives. That's actually what matters the most to me. That's why I talk about suffering, because it's something that the individual feels. It's not just what we see or what we think they're experiencing. It's what they talk about experiencing. So when we're talking about the lives of people who are, chronically ill, it is not about whether or not I think they are dignified. It's about whether or not they feel they can live their lives in a fulfilling manner that makes them not suffer, really, that makes them feel good.
And I would argue it's more respectful. This is why we allow for people to refuse care. It's not because their life is worth less. It's because they have the right to make that decision for themselves. And I would assume you don't have an issue with refusing care.
With people who decide I'm dying, I don't want you to give me drugs. Yeah, I think that's a fundamentally different thing.
But why? But I don't understand how, because you're
because it's a difference between pushing someone off a cliff versus watching them fall.
Watching
Both are
them?
bad, right? I don't like either, right? But one is far, far worse than the other.
Well,
Does that
One
I
make
thought
is-
you
one
said
is
that you would
active-
stop
there's a
somebody from
reason
jumping
for
off
it.
the bridge.
Because
Participation.
when
One
we
is
talk about this,
for
we
it
talk
is
about
because
what
we believe
we talk
people
about
can make their own
incentives.
choices.
I'm not here to be an authoritarian and stop everything that I think is bad. But when things cross a threshold of bad enough that I think that we should have a hard line against it, which I think Maids is, because we have seen it's a dystopian hellscape, right? It is increasing astronomically the suffering of everyone. The families of Maids patients are traumatized in a way that I don't think we're counting here. Their lives are worse. Their families' lives are worse because they're no longer with them.
I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair to make somebody live a life of suffering just because their family might be sad about it. As much as I understand the pain and suffering and the trauma that their family might experience, I actually think it is morally unjust to force somebody to live a life of suffering
It's their choice.
just so that their family feels better. Yeah, if everybody is consenting, of course. I just think that's unfair in the
I
same
do
way
think
that
I will make a parent suffer to
keeping
care for their
somebody-
children.
Hmm?
Yes, I will make a parent suffer and undergo suffering to
So if
care for
they-
their children.
If they
They'll
don't have
refuse
have
children,
to
you're
work
fine with
and
it.
provide some food for
If
their
they don't
kids.
have children,
and
you're
I
okay
will
with it?
enforce
in
that.
these cases,
Are you
mean,
okay with it
in
without
the majority
children?
of these cases, to be clear, these parents can't care for their children in the first place because
great
they are
point.
in palliative care, because they are like literally terminal. A lot of these cases, people are probably bedridden, or they actually can't live their lives in a fulfilling manner.
Hold
That's
on,
the
you guys
whole
keep going
reason
to
there's
these
a
terminal
criteria.
cases. What about the ones that are not? That
But they're
can
96.
and
Well,
that
it's
do?
96%. It's 96%
Well,
of
it's
Canada's
96%
cases.
right
4%
now.
is a
Hold on,
huge
hold on.
number.
I don't want to shout, but I want to come in
To
real
be
quick.
clear, the trend for all of these, like even in countries where it's been legalized for a long period of time, it does seem there is like a limit. It doesn't just continue forever, and it seems the rate at which it increases is based specifically on public acceptance. It's not based on like individual suffering. Now, I will say, even in the study that I read, they said there were like other socioeconomic issues that, or I actually think they might have just said sociological, but they said there were other issues that they do need to collect more data for. But as it stands, it looks like the increase is actually based on access, not on pressure, not on anything else. Based on access.
Yeah, that's what you would want to see. That's like the left-handedness chart.
is
It's the
pressure.
left-handedness chart. It's
Yes,
left-handedness chart.
exactly.
Come on.
I also want to
Come
ask.
on.
I want to.
Y'all made the argument for us. I mean, what do you mean?
I want to
Access
clarify
means
here.
making the numbers fly up. That's
I wanna-
definitely a critique.
Wait,
that's
the
valid.
rate of growth,
Hang on.
growth in the increase is going down. To be
But
clear,
we
the rate
don't
of
want
growth
that
in the
for things
increase
like
of people is going
suicide,
down.
guys.
Yeah,
We
I
don't
did
want that
say
on
there's
things
a
like
cap.
death.
It seems there is a cap. They don't just like increase forever. It increases to a certain level that it looks it does
I'm not fine
Plateau.
with that. I'm not fine of 4% of 15,000 people. Was that the number we used earlier? 15,000 people.
It was
Yeah,
15,000 is the
15,000 last year. I'm not comfortable with 4% of 15,000 people who wouldn't have died dying. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm
Yeah,
not
that-
okay
Hang on.
with
Are you
that.
are you comfortable with the
Wait.
96%?
Nice
Hold
with
on.
that.
Like,
Are you fine with the 96% though?
No, hold on. He's absolutely correct here, right? Like with that thing. If it's 4%, 1%, 2%. All right, I could not come on a panel ever again. I get laughed off every panel if I didn't consistency check myself right now. I've sat here and screamed about how one American citizen killed by one illegal alien is just one too many. A million times. This is the same situation. One person doing this that could have been saved, could have lived. That's one too many. And now we've codified it. I don't care if it's 2%, 4%. That's too many. That's a problem. Like
No.
you're. I don't
So-
know. I just.
This
I
comes
agree.
back to,
One person dying in surgery is one too many. We should stop all surgeries.
Nah,
That's a
that's
great
not the
point.
same. That's
All
not
elective
That's
surgeries.
not a one-to-one equivalency. Come on, you know better. You,
No,
For
but
elective
one
surgeries,
person
it
dying
is.
you want to do better than that. Come
Look
on.
at
person
the
dying doesn't mean we
arguments they
just
got,
stop
dog.
everything.
Look at the arguments we're having to deal with. These are their strongest warriors
Wick,
here.
Wick.
The
Hang on a
smartest
second.
Maid
Because you said
supporters
something.
right here.
clear.
Wait,
I think I
all
made
you
a
do
great
is
argument.
Argument
You
for
just
it.
disagree on a
That's
philosophical
a
level,
Rick Gibbs
which is
W right there. I
fine.
think we went.
I don't want to shout, but Wick, you said something really stupid that I want to call out. So
By
you
all
keep on
means,
going
go
back.
ahead.
Yep, you keep on going back over and over and over and over again to the 4%, which you say is too many. One is too many
Yep.
of people who kill themselves because they don't have a terminal illness. But correct me if I'm wrong here, you're not okay with terminal patients doing this either, right?
I am.
So one
I
is
have
too many.
less-
One is quite literally too many
I
for
have
him.
less of an issue with someone who's got a couple weeks to live, right? Taking matters
Less
into
of
their
an
own
issue.
hands.
That sounds like a slippery slope.
right?
Sounds like an
They
issue
can
still.
Wait,
do
no,
that.
I think that's
Their
your line.
issues
perfectly
come in
reasonable.
with when the government gets involved, and this is
Where is your line?
absolutely getting the government involved.
Okay, but what
Where
if
is
it
your
wasn't?
line?
You would still have an issue if it wasn't getting the government involved. Say it's a public healthcare system, so we don't have the privatization area, but people pay
I just
for it by
recognize I
out of
can't
pocket.
stop it.
People pay for it out of pocket. You still have an issue. So your issue is not the government. It's not the government.
Even when
You have
people
an
pay out of
issue.
the pocket, I think
It's
you're
still
failing to engage with this.
decriminalized.
You fail to understand when the government gets involved in making these decisions, either by permissive,
They're not
by
making the
omitting,
decision.
punishing, right? By making it into law to codifying that under this condition it is okay to take this person's life.
No,
that
for
is the
them,
government
The
getting
government
it's
does
involved.
it
their
all the
own
time, to be
life.
clear.
For them to
Again, the
take
government
their
does
own
that
life.
all the time. The
And
government
it's
does
for
that to
them.
people who didn't consent, who are living fulfilling lives, who are at weddings, they're at school. The government does this already. So if you really have an issue,
Are you talking
Hold on.
about like war?
Yeah, that's not
Yes.
the same. That is not the same
but
equivalency.
Wick,
Once again,
that literally
You
that
think
is
that it is in
government.
the
If you guys
government's
are going to
best
make a
interest
one-to-one
to
equivalency about
reduce
all
the
of this
amount
other
of
they're
that
not
shit,
one-to-one
happening?
I would say
equivalencies.
if you
They're like,
guys
Should the
are going
government
to make
stop
all of
that
these
to
other
their extent of their
equivalencies that I
ability?
disagree
Should they
with,
reduce that number? Should they reduce it perhaps to 0?
Wait,
Yeah.
I want to
Yes,
talk. Wait,
yes,
I
they
wanna
should.
talk
not
about-
Absolutely,
consenting.
because
Like I
recognize
said,
it's wrong.
they're not
It's bad.
consenting.
Aren't a good
They're
argument,
living fulfilling
actually.
lives. They're actually choosing to live fulfilling lives. They're not in palliative care. They're just people who are living their life. So yeah, I do think that actually is more important to end.
But we
than
agree with you that we
offering-
should stop
than
that.
offering.
Yes, I too am
things
against
like
collateral damage and would
Maid.
like it to end. And the government should pour immense amounts of resources into ending collateral damage. I think the sword drone, which
And
I
they
talked
should
about
also try
earlier,
to prevent
is a
suicide.
great invention because it limits and mitigates collateral damage. These are good things.
you
I'm
think-
with you. Hallelujah. Let's keep going, right? This is where we'll team up and be on board one with another, right? But I also want to limit that in medical care.
I'm very
I
frustrated
wanna
with because
engage-
you're not giving a straight answer, and it's really starting to frustrate me. When we ask
and-
over and
and-
over and over again, at what point or where is you said before
asking
that
you a lot.
it shouldn't happen. No, listen. You said before that it shouldn't happen, but now if someone has a couple weeks left to live, then it's okay. But sometimes it's not okay because sometimes it can be abused.
Yeah.
Like, where is
But
your
hold on,
line?
Oh,
There's
he
no
already gave you the
principled
line. Hold on.
position
He already gave
There's
you
the
the line.
line.
Hold on. I'll tell you what he said the line was, and
Please.
correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm
But he
curious
said
what
when
Gibbs thinks I
government
said.
gets involved.
Wait,
Yeah.
okay,
like,
I want to
there's a
engage with that because
difference.
you
Yeah,
said I
that's a
wasn't
major
engaging.
difference right there.
I want to engage in that because you said I wasn't engaging with that point, and that's fair. So, but I don't see how the government allowing a person to take an action is the government getting involved. The government isn't taking an action there. They're saying we're not going to prosecute you for doing this action. It's not an action that they're taking.
Enabling it, but they're enabling it by just allowing
No,
decriminalization.
they're not enabling it.
That's their inaction.
Hold on. Do you think more
It's
people
just
do a
saying
thing?
we're
Where
not
hold
gonna
on. Let me ask you a
punish
simple question,
Wait,
Johnny.
wait.
Simple
They're saying-
question. Simple question.
Yeah.
Do you
Okay.
think that something being illegal? Do you think it legal versus illegal?
Yeah.
Does an action get taken more if it's legal versus if it's illegal in general?
Yeah, in general, yeah.
Yes. So, by the government making something that was previously illegal now legal, it will naturally
Okay.
increase the rate of this.
Take something
correct?
that's not illegal. Okay. If I go and walk upstairs and sit on my couch, did the government make me do that? Was the government involved in me doing that just because they're not choosing to prosecute me for it? No, of course not.
Government-led couch sitting.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
what,
they're
I don't
allowing it.
understand. The government's saying we're
Despicable.
not going to punish
Despicable.
This is
something.
all right. I
This is a
Wait, wait.
government sanctioned
I
panel.
answered
Totally
your question.
bad,
I
man.
would love to hear a response to that
Government
specific.
sanctioned
Sure,
blinking.
certainly. Was
Sorry.
that previously illegal?
No, but okay,
No!
drinking alcohol
Yes,
was
that's the
previously
difference.
illegal.
That's the difference.
Drinking
Yes,
alcohol.
the
Drinking
prohibition
alcohol was
and the
previously
repeal
illegal.
of prohibition was the government getting involved in the sale of alcohol,
True.
either by
Anytime I drink
prohibiting
alcohol,
it or
anytime
allowing
I
it.
drink alcohol, is the
Absolutely.
government
yes,
making me do it?
true.
Is the government making me drink alcohol now when I drink alcohol because they've made it not illegal?
They are involved in how you consume drugs. Yes, they are. They're making certain
absolutely.
drugs legal versus
Not
illegal.
in a
The government
moral,
is
not in a
involved in that.
morally, not in a
Yes.
way that makes them morally responsible for it.
Oh,
Hold
that's what you're
on.
doing. That's not
Hold
good.
on.
That's
Whoa,
definitely
whoa, whoa.
morally
If the
responsible.
government
Let me
changed the
straight
law
players.
to allow, and we have evidence of this happening, the government back in the 80s changed the law
Yes.
that you could drink alcohol at 18 instead of 21. They rescinded the 21 requirement and put it at 18. They changed that back. Do you know why? Because the amount of drunk driving incidents and other alcohol-related deaths skyrocketed. And
Great
the
point. So
government
can I now
was,
sue?
to an
Wait.
extent, responsible for that because they
They're
made it permissible.
Can I sue the government now because I drink and something bad
I mean,
happens because they're responsible
arguably.
for me drinking? Arguably, of course not. What do you mean arguably?
No,
Arguably, you can
you
go and
can-
sue
you
the
can-
government and say
can
I
sue
drank
people for-
alcohol and then did something stupid and
Listen,
you're responsible? No, of course not.
Hold on. You can sue people for a lot of things. I'm not saying you got a winning case. You can argue
Sure.
and go and
Okay.
do it.
Sue
But,
them
like,
in a way that isn't thrown out as frivolous immediately.
but yes, you have to admit though, like, come
There's
on,
no
like,
more.
hold
Wait.
on,
Tell me.
hold
Tell me.
on. Like,
Tell me
like,
with a straight face that there is a moral responsibility the government has for anything that I do when I drink alcohol
The government-
because
hold on,
they
do you not
don't
think that-
punish me for
Hold on,
drinking
do you think
it.
that the congressman, let's bring this to a personal level, a legislator, a congressman, a senator, do you think that they have moral culpability for the laws that they either sign into law or stop from being law? Do you not think that they have any moral culpability in there?
yeah. So could you sue a senator
Hold
for a
on,
law you
tell
don't
me
like?
with a straight face that senators and congressmen bear no moral culpability for the laws they enact or seek to repeal.
I think that if it's a law where the person
Let's
then
use the
takes
ACA
action,
as an example.
Oh, okay. Okay. If it's something where the person then takes action, right? It's the person's that's morally responsible.
Okay.
Murder would be wrong even if if they repealed the law.
A congressman decides to repeal the ACA. As a result, health insurance companies are now able to make a decision to forbid coverage of people with pre-existing conditions. As a result, more people die. Does that congressman hold any moral culpability in your mind?
Oh, sorry, I cut out for a second there. But I assume, does the congressman hold any responsibility, is what you said?
I'm not talking charge him with murder. I'm not talking that.
Moral
Moral
culpability.
culpability.
To be clear. Yeah.
Moral culpability, yeah, probably to some extent.
Okay, so you accept the fact that when the government even repeals laws and allows people to do things, that there could possibly be situations in which they are morally culpable for that inaction,
If they do something morally wrong,
stopping to prevent it,
But-
like from what's a
Yeah.
well, I'm struggling for my words here, by not doing something, by their inaction, right? That they have allowed something to happen that they could have otherwise stopped, right? That led to a bad outcome, to more deaths, that they have some moral culpability.
for sure. Yeah, if it's something, if it's morally wrong,
Let's
but in
apply
this
that
case,
to
it's not something that's
suicide.
morally wrong.
Okay,
But
Well,
that's
what-
our
in this case, it's not
disagreement.
something that's morally
Well,
wrong.
yeah,
Yeah, I
wait,
mean,
who's defining what's like morally wrong there in that case?
But
Right? Like,
fine, wait. I just want to say, I'll admit then, Wick, I get what you mean now by the government has a part of it. So I understand that now. I think we just have a disagreement about whether it's inherently morally wrong. But I'd love to hear why you believe suicide is inherently morally wrong.
It is a cessation of possibility, right? You are removing the possibility you have to do any good in the world. And I think that you have a responsibility to do good in the world. I think
So
that
do
it
you
also
Whoa.
does, that's not the only reason. I think that it does, and we can see this, we have literature on this, it does immense amounts of harm to your circle, to your family, to your friends, even to your coworkers, and to people who are not as connected as you might think.
Sure.
It is a bomb, a nuclear bomb of trauma in everyone's lives.
That's fair. I mean, I think
Yeah,
we just
so
disagree
that's a
on
moral
suicide.
That's why suicide
will-
is immoral.
That makes sense. I
Mm-hmm.
would question, though, you recently said also that you would be fine with people committing suicide if it was on their own. So
When I say I'm fine with it, I'm saying I acknowledge I can't stop it.
okay.
And so it's not that I'm okay with it. It's that
Gotcha.
I understand that any kind of law to try to stop that would be fruitless and authoritarian nature. It would have a lot of unintended consequences that we don't want. And
Fair.
so we recognize that this is just a fact that we have to deal with. And that's fine, right?
I got you.
Do you view refusal as care or refusal of care as maybe not exactly the same thing, but fairly analogous to Maid?
It's
Well, define refusal of
similar,
care.
but
Like,
it's
what do you
not
mean
the
by that?
So
same.
let's say I get a stage 4 cancer diagnosis and I decide, chemo sounds like it sucks. It's going to be awful. I'm just going to let this disease take its course and then die. Is that similar? I know it's not exactly one-to-one the
Sure.
exact same.
It context would need to come into play here. Like if I was a father of children who relied on me and I chose not to fight something that I could otherwise fight, then yes, that would be morally reprehensible because I chose.
Should we be able to compel people to have to get treatment then?
No, because again, there are other factors at play, right? Compelling
What other
people
factors?
to have to receive a treatment can be fraught. That's why I was against vaccine mandates, for example.
But we can compel people to go through life. We can compel someone to continue to live.
You can prevent them from killing themselves, yes. And I do.
We can compel someone to.
And I think any normal
I guess
person would.
what I
Again,
mean-
if I see someone on a ledge about to jump, I think the morally good response to that is to stop them from jumping.
I guess what I mean is
because you assume they don't have a good reason for doing it.
I'm doing it because I value their life. Whether they
But-
do or
well,
not
my point
is
is,
not
I
the
think-
question.
So you're
The
The way I
question
see
would
it-
become,
Okay,
do
so
I
it's just a
value their life?
judgment.
And the answer, 99.9% of cases, is yes.
Interesting.
I'd say the way that I see it when we talk about something, because, and I focus on terminal cases here, not because it's the easily defensible one, but because you've already said that you're not okay with that either. So when we look at someone who gets a stage 4 cancer diagnosis, the way I see it, there's basically, in a world where maids exist, you have, I think, maybe 4 options. Option number 1 is undergo treatment. Option number 2 is refuse treatment. Option number 3 is seek Maid, and option number 4 is take matters into your own hands to end your life. Of those 4 options, I think that 3 of them are highly preferable over one of the others. The one that is the least preferable is the sudden, quick, immediate shock to your loved ones of ending your life that day with no warning, no opportunity to say goodbye, no opportunity to tie up loose ends, anything like that. That should be the bottom of the list of things that we want to happen. Above that, we have difference of morality here, I'm sure. But that being said, we have options where people are aware of what is going to happen, are able to prepare for what is going to happen, and are able to take these matters into their own hands in a way that all of these things are going to traumatize family members. Watching your loved one rot away from chemotherapy, or watching them rot away from cancer ravaging their body, or watching them die because they took maids. All 3 of those are horrible, awful things to be in the situation of a loved one. But those 3 things, I think we can all agree, are worlds different than walking in and seeing grandma hanging from the ceiling.
I think
I
that
agree.
you are assuming this, but I don't know if that's necessarily the case. There's a reason why sometimes you just got to rip the bandage off, and while knowing that there's going to be pain can increase the pain, right? The sudden shock isn't always necessarily worse than that.
So do you think it's preferable for grandma to hang herself than to get made?
It depends on the context. I think there are
I mean,
contexts
it probably
where, yes.
is true that it depends on the person finding it. It depends on the family, but I
Hold on.
just don't
Can you not
understand why
imagine, this is often topical. Can you not imagine a scenario which that would be the case?
Personally, I'm thinking for myself. And I know if I was presented with 2 options, or if I was presented with 2 realities, in one reality, I walk in and I see that my grandma has killed herself. And I didn't know that she was going to do that. And the other option is I have a, months-long lead up where she has told everybody, hey, this is what's going to be happening. We're able to...
Yeah, but you're okay with grandma dying. If she
I
wants
am,
to.
but I'm saying between these 2 options,
I think
I would
both is-
definitely prefer to have a heads up and to be able to tell her goodbye.
But someone who
It's
is
a
not
false
okay
dichotomy.
with their
Those
grandma
are not the
dying
only 2
might
options
have a
we
difference
have.
of opinion.
I didn't say those were the
yes?
only 2 options, but I was asked which of those 2 options I would prefer.
But again, someone with a different moral value system that decides, you know what, I don't want my grandma to be dead, they might have a different answer there. Yeah.
But why do we care what, I mean, not why do we care, but why are we basing our medical decisions on what like the family
We
wants?
make
It's just, I just don't
decisions
see why
based
that's,
on what the family wants all the time
I agree.
medically.
wait,
Not
So-
when someone can consent to it
No.
wait, can
themselves.
you give an example of that?
There's a what's a power of attorney, I believe.
Yeah.
Where
That's someone
when
who
the
can't
person
consent
make
at that point,
decisions for
yeah.
themselves.
No,
And
you
even
can
even
get
in
power
those
of attorney for people that
cases,
can't
the
consent.
individual rights who they want
conservatorships
their
and things
power
like
of attorney
that.
to
There's
be in
plenty
most
of times,
cases.
but
I think conservatorship only has to do with economics. But regardless, personally, I think it seems silly to make someone's medical decisions based on what the family thinks.
Well-
so I don't understand why this is really.
hold on,
So-
do the
Well,
family
it's also
should the
just
family
as
not
silly to
have
let someone make a medical
have a
decision when they're
say in
depressed.
this?
No,
Even in the case of
your family
abortion,
doesn't
for
have a
example.
say. No.
Do you
What if
think
your
that the
family all
father
wanted you
shouldn't
to
have
die?
any say morally? I'm talking morally.
Yeah,
Should
morally,
the father
no.
not have any say?
No, of course not.
Yeah,
In
so-
what treatment you get, of course
So,
not. Because
hold
you
on.
know it's the same argument of why the government doesn't get a say in what treatment you get. You know what's best for you. That's like a core principle of how we do medical ethics. Is
Okay,
you
well,
have autonomy.
I will take the brave stance that I think that fathers morally should have a say in whether or not their spouse or their the mother of their child ends their child's life. I
Oh,
think
Well,
they should
and
have
that's
some
actually
sort
hold on.
of-
That's actually really
Child's
interesting, Wick,
life.
that you
Wait,
said
wait,
that. All right,
I thought
hold
you
on,
said
okay,
the mother's
well,
life.
Child's life,
That's
right?
different. The
Child's
child's
life.
life is different.
Well, okay, so though that's interesting. You say that as well, then, all right? Because earlier, I don't remember which one of y'all said it. Somebody mentioned a death cult, right? And then I know we listed all the states here, which was 10 of them, and they were all, I think they were all predominantly left-leaning blue states. I could be wrong, but the majority of them were right. And I noted, and someone in which chat, I don't remember who it was, said that I was doing this. And I
Which
didn't realize
chat?
at the time, but it's true.
Twitch
yeah,
or
yeah,
YouTube? They're different worlds.
It was your
On Twitch chat, we got
your Twitch
Cleft
chat.
Wonder here, right? What is it he said? I want to read this because it's funny,
Okay.
and I'm gonna make money off you. And hold on, let me get it.
Okay, well,
Your
while-
mic
while-
is
Wick's a
while you- while you-
hypocrite. Hold on, I'm gonna quote. This is Cleft Wonder, everyone. Okay. Wick is a hypocrite. He refused. Did I refuse dental treatment for 2+ years, even when he'd grifted more than enough to fix the problem? That is a refusal of care. First of all, you have no idea what
really.
you're talking about. You're just making up fan fiction at this point. But it's funny that you're still going on this when, again, you say these things and you're proven wrong and again, right? People said, oh, I stole the money. I was grifting about the money. Obviously, bitch, I was right and you were wrong. And you owe me an apology, honestly, Cleft Wonder, because you've lied about me. It'd be like if I said, and I told people that you were a pedophile and you raped children. And I went through every chat and said, Cleft Wonder is a pedophile who rapes children. He goes around raping kids. He looks and has child pornography on his computer. The FBI should go and investigate and check his hard drive because he is a pedophile. It's like if I went and I said that to all these things.
Disavow.
And then it turns out
I don't know
that,
about that.
I was just lying. Would I not owe you an apology? I think I would. So
What's up?
similar thing here.
Disavow,
Cleft
but
Wonder.
yes, you
If
owe
I
him an
said that,
apology, I
again,
agree.
if I was to go around calling Cleft Wonder a pedophile who had child pornography on his computer, who took advantage of kids, right, that would be condemnable. I would have made something up that isn't true, and I would be condemned for that. Right?
So-
Cleft Wonder has gone around to many different chats, and he's not the only one. There's plenty of people who've done this, and said that I was a thief, that I was a grifter who stole the money for the tooth. Turns out they were wrong. They were lying. And they should bear the same amount of scorn and responsibility that I would bear if I said that Cleft Wonder raped kids and he loved
What was
to
his
rape
name?
children.
Cleft Wonder?
Cleft Wonder.
Cleft Wonder?
CLEFT.
Fuck you, Cleft Wonder.
WONDER.
Fuck you.
So, well,
Fuck
Yeah,
your
fuck you,
lies.
Clef.
Apologize to Wick, ya butt face.
yeah,
Yeah,
so,
you suck.
yeah, you suck. All right, but here, let me finish my point real quick because my
And actually, all of chat.
So So I was bringing up that how it's the blue states, and someone mentioned the death cult, and there's someone in Wick's chat. I don't remember who it was said. Gibbs is making the argument that all the states that ban abortion don't do this, and I didn't realize that at the time. But yeah, that's actually I think a semi-true statement, which is interesting to me because y'all have all argued for bodily autonomy and personal accountability and all this stuff with these people that should be able to do it, and then it's like y'all are so willing to kill the old people, y'all are willing to kill the babies. And like this is like really why the right wing, if y'all don't get it, calls y'all a death cult, because y'all are sitting here like, yeah, we should embrace all the suicide, government assisted suicide. We should have abortions everywhere. And like to the right, like the average righty, they're going, holy shit, like what, like we got to slow down here because we're getting like, I don't know. It's pretty terrifying because all y'all seem like this is the morally justifiable stance, and it's kind
Was
of
there any correlation? If we're gonna make
How many
Do
people
think
died
we're gonna
from
make-
COVID?
Yeah, if we're gonna make completely specious correlations here, what are the
specious.
correlations between states that, or what is the correlation between political leanings of people who didn't vaccinate and the political leanings of people who died of COVID? I'm pretty sure it was pretty.
I mean, I don't know
close
what
there.
the political leanings of the Giga Chads are that didn't vaccinate, but who knows? You know, what's the
I-
point?
Do you know the
I
political leanings of the
understand,
Giga
and I-
Chads who died from COVID, a preventable disease?
I mean, sucks to suck, I guess. Get good. I don't know.
There
Like,
you go. Hey, I'm with you there.
I understand and I recognize this is what righties think. I just strongly disagree with them on conversations about autonomy, about tons of different conversations, but especially conversations about autonomy and what is and isn't like a life worth living. I think there are a lot of reasons that most people on the right feel that way. I think some of them are, some, if not many, are driven by religion, and it doesn't confuse me. I understand that's their perspective. I just disagree. Philosophical disagreement. Sorry.
that's
And
fine.
make the
No,
choice
I
not
understand
to.
that. I
Just
just wanted to
don't
point
do
that
it.
out. I just found
Yeah.
it find it interesting because like that
I-
seems to be
Okay.
going to be a why. Like
I
Here's what we're
actually
gonna
thought the same thing earlier. I was like, damn, I can really see why they feel this way about us. We're having a whole conversation like, let them die, you know. I could see it. But
Here's the deal.
I just want to
know-
point out also.
Hold on.
I'm
hold on.
gonna put this Gallup poll. Okay.
Hold on, because I've been at this since 4 o'clock. I'm a little tired, and it is 8 o'clock, and I know people got things they need to do, places they need to be, things. I want to respect everyone's time for this. So here's what we're gonna do. And you can give your Gallup poll in a second because you're gonna get closing statements. I'm gonna give everyone here a closing statement. I want you to tell people where they can find you, what your closing arguments, and please, gang, go and follow them. Go wherever they like and give them attention, give them follows, give them subscribers, whatever platform they want to find you on. So please do that. I will. I'll take the right of the last word to myself in this case. But let's start with Sir Reddington and let's go around counterclockwise here. So Sir Reddingstone, go ahead.
Sir Redstone is fine.
Sir
Thanks,
Redstone,
Wick.
sorry. My God, bad. Go ahead.
I just want to say I am not a right-leaning person. I am very left-leaning, so I don't want to be grouped in with the right-leaning folks. So. I tend to think that life is preferable to death. I think you cannot improve well-being by ending any well-being. I think that's a backwards way of thinking. People kill themselves all the time, which is arguably bad. I don't think the state should get involved in any way, shape, or form, whether that's tacitly legislating through decriminalization or otherwise. Disabled people suffer every day. I don't think it's right to even call things like this, to use dignity in the term, because it just further solidifies that disabled people can't live fulfilling, meaningful, dignified lives when we use this kind of language and talk like this. The amount of people that are going to utilize this is so arguably low that I don't think it's something that should be legislated. People seem to be okay with killing people they think lead undignified or less than dignified lives. I just don't really understand that. We are tacitly saying that chronically ill people or the disabled, mentally or otherwise, are undignified. That's just kind of what we're doing. I don't think it's I don't think it's any more than that. Life is preferable to death. Full stop. Let's just.
Where can people find you, Sir Redstone?
I don't think anyone needs to find me anywhere. Usually Sir Redstone is pretty good. There's 2 D's in the Redstone. On Twitter, Sir is spelled SER and there's an underscore in there somewhere. So, but no one needs to follow me. I just got into a conversation with you, Wick, on this and sort of changed my opinion on it. and we kind of kept in contact, and I wanted to have this discussion.
Well,
So
I'm glad you
thanks for
came
having
here,
me.
and thank you. And thank you for changing your mind. I appreciate you. Next up, we have Johnny Rawls. Go ahead. Give us what you got.
Yeah. So, I mean, I just want to acknowledge, because a lot of people have shared stories today. Like, there aren't really easy choices to make when we're talking about people that are close to the end of their life. The way that I choose to make this or not make this decision, but the way I form my take on this has to do with maximizing the autonomy that patients get, minimizing the amount of suffering that they're in. And I think that this is a good way to do it. I am, again, against euthanasia. I think that I think there are a lot of valid concerns that have been brought up. But I'm for physician-assisted suicide in some cases. You can find me at Johnny Rawls. Feel free to argue with me, only on Twitter. But yeah.
Check him out, gang. Okay. Buckaroo, give us what you got.
I think it's important to allow people autonomy over their lives when possible. I think suffering is bad. I'd like to again reiterate the majority of the people who do choose these services are on palliative care, like 96% of them, which I think is an important part of the conversation. It's not like we're going out and, shooting people on the street. These are people who are suffering. And, I don't want to force people to live a life just because I have my own philosophical beliefs over what a life is or isn't. I think the autonomy is actually more important than my own philosophical perspective on their life. I would like to note I did not use the phrase death with I think I said death with dignity with air quotes specifically because I agree there are issues with it. I think disabled people can live. They do live every day. I don't think there's anything wrong with being disabled. I don't think that we should look down upon people with chronic pain or disabilities. I just think if you are literally on your deathbed and you cannot live a fulfilling life that you feel is not fulfilling to yourself, then there should be options for you to, after exhaustive treatment options, after exhausting all the other treatment options, there should be a way for you to end your suffering. And I don't have anywhere you can follow me anywhere. Sorry.
A lot of that
someday.
tonight.
But for now, I'm in the ether.
Appreciate you being here. Thank you for coming. I guess she's in the ether if you want to follow her. Admiral Gibbs, I know you got places, but anyway.
I do. Listen, assisted suicide by the government is gonna turn into something real nasty and bad. I don't know how. I don't know when. It's gonna happen. I'm telling you now. Also, I already know it's gonna turn into something nasty and bad because most of this is coming from universal healthcare, and that's evil. Bad. Don't let that happen. What else? This was a big Wick and Gibbs W. Half the points they made, we basically made them, and then they just said we were right. So I didn't know that was going to be the easiest debate of my life, but I'm pretty happy that we came to that conclusion today. If you like debate, I'm hosting a panel here in about 15 minutes, and it's going to be real spicy, I hope. Woo! And Wick, thanks always for having me on youtube.com. We got 3 topics. It's going to be culture war. This is the big one. It doesn't exist. What's happening?
Okay. Check him out, gang. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you. We'll probably write into you after this.
Appreciate it. You don't have to, but I
understand, but no one else does anything, really. Often topical. Give us what you got.
So I would say at the end of the day, well, first of all, I just want to point out this is not a left-right issue. That Gallup poll that I wanted to state, and I know that this is kind of unfair because I'm bringing up something kind of new at the very end of my closing statement. But it was split 79% Democrats to 61% Republicans, and it's been pretty consistent throughout the entire time that Gallup has been doing this since '96 in favor of Maids. 79% Democrats, 61% Republicans, and 72% Independents. So this is not really a left-right issue. I just want to point that out real quick before I get into anything else. And so ultimately what I'd say my takeaway from this debate was that Gibbs says that we have conceded on some things that they've brought up, or that the anti-Maids side has brought up. This is true. We have. Because our position, I believe, at least my position, from the very beginning, has not been that there should be zero roadblocks whatsoever, there should be no systems in place, and that anybody should be able to get it at any time as soon as they want. This is a system that should exist. This is a system that should have safeguards in place. And this is a system that is largely a positive in the way that it exists. Whereas our opponents have flip-flopped constantly throughout the whole thing, saying things like, it is never okay, it is completely bad, to going over to, well, I guess in some situations I could see where maybe I can empathize with it, that I would maybe be okay with it if somebody had like 2 days left to die, but also it's never okay. But if you have a week left of living, then it's okay to do it, but also it's not okay, has been the constant position on the other side through the entirety of this debate. Whereas our position has been consistent through the whole thing, that it is something that should exist, it is something that should have safeguards, and that is ultimately what it should come down to. And you guys can find me on Twitter at Often Topical. You can find me on YouTube at Often_Topical. Yeah, thank you for having me, Wick.
No, check it out. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Give him a follow, gang. Thank you again. I'll start with a quote by Ralph Waldo Emerson. A foolish consistency is a hobgoblin of little minds. Yes, different circumstances will gather different judgments from me. That is not a bad thing. That is a good thing. That is how we should take things into account, by looking at the specific conditions and rendering a specific judgment, rather than simply blanket statements on what is permissible and what is not, morally, legally, or otherwise. When we say that there are certain conditions under which a physician can, at the behest of the patient, end their lives, when we say that these people do not have a quality of life when their quality of life isn't good enough under these conditions that we justify killing them, we are creating a dangerous precedent. We can see this play out perfectly in Canada, and the horror, and I quote, the horror that is going on up there right now, where you have hundreds of people who would otherwise be alive today are now dead because of people's support for maids. If someone is severely suffering, I can't stop them at the end of the day for taking their lives. I can't be everywhere else. But I'm telling you, if someone is on a ledge and trying to jump, I will stop them and do everything in my power to stop them from killing themselves, because their life is worth living. That has to be our government's position. That has to be our culture's position. That has to be what we aim for, to keep people alive. But maids and other such programs are a death cult. They lead people on a path towards death. And I find that reprehensible. Thank you all for being here tonight. We're going to raid into Admiral Gibbs, so I want everyone just to wave bye-bye. Bye. Oh, tomorrow we're going to be talking to Dan Norton. So check us out. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you enjoyed it, like the comment, like, subscribe, all that. If I don't see you, happy holidays. And if I see you tomorrow, and I hope you do, bye-bye.